present. Thank you.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Dr. Manamela.
Morning, Nelisiwe. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. And yourself, counsel?
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Dr. Esidimeni.
Morning, we're here.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Hannah Jacobus.
Morning, Ms. Madansela and colleagues, present and accounted for.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Tiffany Jovi.
Good morning, Nelisiwe. I'm present.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Nonebe Sinalo. Calling counsel for Dr. Libete. Calling counsel for Rachel Gordon.
Present, Nelisiwe. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, counsel. Calling counsel for Levi Msonogi.
Morning, Nelisiwe. We are present.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Dr. Sophie Lingwani.
Good morning, Elisabeth. I'm present.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Life Esidimeni.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Madansela.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Karina Morale.
Morning, Nelisiwe. We are present.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Patricia Mabata.
Morning, Nelisiwe, present plus 2 others.
Thank you. Calling Mrs. Biti Kekana. Calling Mr. Neil Vassello.
Good morning, everybody present.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Priscilla Nyato.
Nelisiwe and colleagues, present.
Thank you.
SC. I have a copy of the letter. I take it that you all have it. It is a letter from Mental Health Services at Bedford Care Center. The letter has been addressed to Dr. Manamela and it is dated. It is the letter from Life Esidimeni. It is dated the 3rd of August 2015. Mr. Modest, did you get a copy of the letter?
I have it, my lady.
Okay. And I hope every one of you has received the email. I see there is a hand by Mr. Pitlela and I see Mr. Pina wants to say something.
May it please the court, my lady, for the sake of clarity, I think it would be proper for this letter then to be formally handed in as an exhibit. And the previous exhibits, if I'm not mistaken, presented by the witness, Dr. Manamela, ended it was exhibit KK2. Then I would suggest this be made exhibit KK3, my lady.
My lady, we have a KK3 already.
Oh, sorry. Then maybe it
Can
should
you
be.
just check the numbers and remember it has been agreed that it must be uploaded when the witness has finished towards the end. Just check the numbers there, but I think at this stage, what we should do, Mr. Sibara must just hand in the document properly before he finishes with the sort of re-examination of the witness.
Lady, there would be no problem, us.
Yes, as long as we can get the correct exhibit number.
May it please.
I'll have to check also from my notes. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I stand to be corrected, but my recollection is that Mr. Sibara wanted to hand in a document as KK3, but then decided not to do so. So I think that must just be verified. Perhaps Mr. Sibara can remember exactly what happened there.
I will also, once we are done, I think one will have to look at the notes. Mr. Sibara, if you can assist.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I recall there was a document which we intended to hand in as exhibit KK3, which we then abandoned it. So meaning that
There is no KK3.
There is no KK3, yes. This
Okay.
document, my lady, can be handed in as KK3, so that when senior counsel is cross-examining and others who are coming after can refer to it as an exhibit, my lady.
Ms. Marriott, do you just note this? Once this document it's handed in, I hope then there is no objection to the handing in of the document. But before I do that, let me hear what Mr. Pitlela is going to say.
Well, I'm going to object because I haven't received this document that is being discussed at this
You don't
point.
have the document yet?
I don't have the document. So I'm objecting to it.
But I asked even then as to whether you all received the document, and you didn't say anything.
No, my hand was up. I was waiting.
Okay, it's up. Does Nelisiwe have your email address or the legal team of Mr. Dr. Manamela? I think we can just progress just for us to save the time. In the meantime, we can shelve it. Maybe you'll refer to it at a later stage, Mr. Odes, in the course of your cross-examination. But let's ensure, can the legal team of Dr. Manamela ensure that everyone has a copy of the document, or whoever has received it can just forward it to Mr. Tella. I just thought
I will
everyone
forward it,
has
my
the
lady.
document. Okay, thank you very much. Can I check? Did you all receive the document again? Because I just asked and there was no response. I thought everyone received the document.
My lady, I have it and I intend to use it this morning.
Yes, you intended that you have already indicated that you have it.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, Mr. Martin.
As it pleases your ladyship. My lady, I'm sorry, I'm struggling with my camera. I haven't received the document. I'm quite happy though that everything proceeds in the interim, and I will just try and catch up a bit later.
Miss Marriott, can I ask that when you send the document, just if you've got the emails of everyone, just send it to everyone.
I'll do so, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I don't want to confuse matters, but I just went back to my notes now. I see there is a KK3. It is on page 37705. It's the final report summary on termination. And I think then at a later stage, there was again an attempt to hand in a KK3, which was not proceeded with. So there's a bit of confusion, my lady.
Do we have any KK4?
Not according to
So the
my
last
notes.
exhibit was KK3.
Mr. Hoders appears to be right, my lady, that the last one was KK3.
Okay.
And that's on page 37705.
Okay. I haven't checked my notes, but if that is the case, then we'll have to proceed. And apparently, Mr. Hoders wants to cross-examine on the document. Ms. Maklapi?
The court, my lady. If it won't be too much, I wanted to ask if it's possible that the letter could just be read into the record in the meantime while we proceed.
Yes.
As it please
Okay,
the
that
court.
is what is going to be done, obviously. I just don't want us to waste a lot of time about the letter.
May it please the court, my lady.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mahlapi. Anything else before we proceed?
May it please the court, my lady. May I suggest that we hand it in provisionally at this stage then as exhibit KK4. And then it can be just confirmed by Mr. Sibara when he commences with re-examination.
Yeah. Okay, I hear you. But we can just, I don't think, okay. Can I just find out, Miss Marriott, have you already sent out the document?
I'm still in the process, my lady.
Okay, all right. On that note, can it be then provisionally admitted into the record as exhibit KK4?
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Yes. Can we then proceed?
As your ladyship pleases. My starting point this morning, Doctor, is as anticipated the newly received KK4. And I do believe that by the time we are done with it this morning, it will be accepted as an exhibit, not only provisionally, but finally. But the letter that you referred to yesterday is a letter on a Life Esidimeni letterhead, and it has a heading notification. Do you agree?
Lengolo bo bolela ka lona le tsa go Life Esidimeni ebile le ne heading go boletsweng ka yona ba lengwadile mo ke exhibit KK4. Oh yeah. Notification ke heading ya gona. Correct.
The letter is addressed to you, CC'd Dr. Selebano, and it's from Dr. Mkachwa. Do you confirm that?
Le tswa kwa go Dr. Mkachwa le rometswe go wena ebile motho ba ileng ba mo CC mo go lona ke Dr. Selebano. Correct.
The letter is dated 3 August 2015. Do you agree with me?
Date ya gona ke di 3 August 2015. Correct.
So yesterday when you said it related to a shutdown at Witpoort to take place at the end of March 2015, you were incorrect. Do you agree?
Come again?
Yesterday when you said that it related to a shutdown at Witpoort that was to take place at the end of March 2015, you were incorrect.
Ga go tswalla ga Witpoort ke bo sa jo go dira le ka end of March o bo sa o le tirisho.
Can I get which March?
You said
March of which year?
March 2015. Even if it's March 2016, it's incorrect.
Ke March 2015 le ge ka ba 2016 fela a se nnete.
Yeah, advocate I bolelang ke yona e seng nnete.
What counsel is putting to me now, my lady, is not the truth.
We will leave it. It's on record, my lady. I have good notes from yesterday. So this is a letter dated 3 August 2015 addressed to you and specifically referring to the closure of mental health services at Witpoort Care Center. Do you agree?
Ke lengwalo le le rometswe go wena le bolela ka go tswalelwa ga care center ya kwa Witpoort.
Ke nnete be ba mpotsa gore ba tswaletše Witpoort.
Yes, it is true. They were telling me that they have closed Witpoort.
No, they were telling you that they are going to close Witpoort. That's incorrect, madam.
Ba go botsa gore ba tlo e tswalela. Ba sa go botsa gore ba e tswaletše.
We have it on the screen, for which I'm grateful. Thank you.
E gona mo screening.
Nka e bala. Maybe
Can I read it?
Yes,
Can I read it?
Yes, please read it.
E bala.
Ke bala ka Sekgowa point 3. Life Esidimeni has therefore been forced to implement measures for the closure of Witpoort Care Center.
That is how it reads on point 3.
Yes, and my lady,
if I go ahead and explain it, this is what it means.
Ba kgonne go ntsha o fokotsa mepete ye 200.
They are saying that they were able to reduce beds to the number of 200.
Jale ka ge policy e be e ba kgopela gore ba dire jwale ngwaga ye metlhano e latelago.
As the policy was directing them to do so in the next 5 years.
Ngwaga ka moka o ba santse ba e kgonne ka March 2015.
They were supposed to do so in March 2015, but things did not work out as planned.
That's what did there, Dr. Manamela? What are you saying? What is it that they were supposed to do by March 2015?
Ke eng e ba swantse ba e dire ka March 2015?
be ba swanetše go ba reducitše mepete ya life Esidimeni.
They were supposed to have reduced the beds of life Esidimeni
Ka 200.
by the number of 200.
Ibe ile the
Just
first year.
please.
Emanya.
Ibe ile ngwaga wa mathomo wa gore ba reduce mepete ka 200.
It was their first year to be able to can reduce the number of beds to the amount of 200.
Bjale bjale ba be go bo go sa o pala gore ba ka e reduce ka nako yeo ya March ba be ba ntse ba le busy
Nko thome mathomo. Go pala
go be ba be ba palelwa ke gore ka di 31 tša March 2015 e be gore
they were unable to can reach the deadline by the 31st of March 2015.
napile ba tšwela pele go reduce go fihla ba kgona mafelelong a July.
However, they continued with the reduction of beds up until the end of the month of July.
(2015).
2015.
My lady.
Correct, my lady.
All right. Thank you.
Yes,
So, are you done with your response regarding the question by council?
O feditše go araba puše council.
Nka feleletša ka gore ke moka ge ba bona gore ba kgonne go reach the target.
I can finish by saying that when they realized that they were able to reach the target,
ba ngwalela lengwalo leo.
they then wrote me this letter in question.
Yes, so did they? Is that all?
O feditše.
Ke feditše, my
That would be
lady.
all.
Thank you, Mr. Odes. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. In paragraph 5 of this letter, I'll even begin at paragraph 4. So at paragraph 4, it says, the Life Esidimeni employees have been informed of the closure of the facility and ongoing consultations are being held with these employees. Do you understand that?
Number 4, bašomi ba Life Esidimeni ba boditšwe ka go tswalelwa ga facility e ebile ba tšwela pele le go boledišana le bona bašomi. Yes. I see that.
Paragraph 5 is on the screen. It reads as follows. Life Esidimeni is in the process of consulting with the Witpoort Care Center patients and their families about the closure of the facility. I'll stop there, Mr. Interpreter, and then I'll carry on studying paragraph 5 after that.
Paragraph 5, Life Esidimeni e boledišana le ba the patients tša Witpoort Care Center mabapi le go tswalelwa ga lona lefelo lewe la tlhokomelo.
It continues, it is Life Esidimeni's intention to relocate the Witpoort Care Center patients to other Life Esidimeni managed facilities in Gauteng with available capacity. Please translate, Mr. Interpreter.
Ebile gape ke maikemišetšo a bona ba Life Esidimeni gore ba tšee ba bang ba balwetše ba ba iše mafelong a mang a leng ka fase ga Gauteng mo e leng gore ba tla hwetša tlhokomelo gona ebile go ne sekgoba sa bona.
So the point I'm making, Doctor, and I'm still going to take you further in the letter, is that Life Esidimeni expressed an intention on 3 August 2015 to close the Witpoort Care Center. Do you agree with me?
Ba uletse gore ba ne maikemišetšo ba Life Esidimeni go tswalela lefelo le bue ka di 3 tša Agostose 2015.
Yewe a se nnete.
That is not true.
Continue.
Paragraph 6 then gives the proposed program as follows. Life Esidimeni anticipates that no further mental health services will be rendered at the Witpoort Care Center by 30 September 2015, and that final evacuation and closure of the premises will occur by no later than 31 December 2015. Please translate that, Mr.
Ebile gape ba Life Esidimeni ba rile ga ba sa le maikemišetšong a go fana ka tlhokomelo ya balwadi o ebile ka di 30 tša September 2015 ba re la mafelelo ge ile re bjale ba se ke ba tswalela ga go sana mošomo o tlabeng o dirwa mo bue go tlhokomela balwetši ebile e tla ba mo dating yewe ya di 31st tša December 2015.
Final evacuation and closure of the premises will occur by no later than the 31st of December 2015. If you can just interpret that last part.
Ge la mafelelo ge ba tloša balwetši mo bue ebile ba dira bonnete ba re lefelo leo ga le sa šoma le tswaletšwe e tla be e le ka di 31st tša December 2015 ke lona letšatši la mafelelo leo wa le lweletše.
Do you understand that, Doctor?
Wa kwešiša?
E re ke tlhalose ke bona o ka re council ke yena sa ikwešišang ka
Let me
mabaka a latelang.
let me explain it. Probably council does not.
Ke tlhalose lebaka la mathomo.
Emaganyana.
Yes, continue.
Let me explain it.
Lebaka la mathomo.
The first reason
Ke rata gore court e le tsebe.
that I would like to bring before court.
Ge a mental health care policy e re Life Esidimeni e reduce mepete ka 200.
When the mental health policy declares that the beds should be reduced to the number of 200,
Ga sanka ya re ba reduce ko institutioneng efe.
they did not mention at which institution should this reduction take place.
Life Esidimeni has power to say how many we ke ba ba kae ba re ka ba tlušang ko Witpoort, ke ba ba kae re ka ba tlušang baneng or kae or in this 5 facility.
Life Esidimeni has got the power to make a determination as to how many can be removed from any of these 5 institutions. Be it banning.
Just go slow, Dr. Manamela.
Be it banning, Witpoort, and or any other facilities, any of the 5.
Bona ba decide gore o kaone ba tloše ko Witpoort. Ba ntshe 200 o shale around 400.
They then decided to pick Witpoort and they removed 200, and what was left was
Around 200.
Ba ntšhitše 200 wa šala bokae?
Around 200 beds, something like that, because
around 200, something like that.
Napile, paragraph 6, e tlhalosa botse.
Now, paragraph 6 explains this very well.
It is no further mental health services will be rendered at Witboord by the 30th of September 2015.
That's what paragraph 6 says.
Bjale ka gore rena be re ba patelela balwetši mara life Esidimeni e be ena
Just hold it there.
But because we were paying for their patients,
tše dingwe tše ba ka di šomišang ko Witboord like the linen or whatever.
the other stuff that they were to use at Witboord, like linen and whatever,
Continue.
E be e se se ba ka re botsang ka gore rena re be re patelela balwetši fela.
a ke gokwe e be e se
E be e se ba ka re botsang gore ka morago ba dirang ka Witboord.
it was not something that they could tell us as to what were they doing in respect of Witboord, because
Rena re be re patelela balwetši letšatši ka letšatši.
because we were paying the dues of the patients on a day-to-day basis.
And ge ba romela invoice,
And when they sent the invoice,
be ba re tseba gore re patelela balwetši ba ba kae ko Witboord.
we knew for how many patients were we paying at the Witboord facility
Or Waverley and so on.
and or Waverley and so on.
Can we stick to Witboord so that we shouldn't be confused? We want to get clarity here. Just explain. Let's talk about Witboord. The question is, this letter refers only to Witboord, isn't it?
Lengwalo le le bolela ka Witboord ke fela.
Go ra gore Dr. Mokhatshwa be a dira gore ke tsebe le department e tsebe.
So Dr. Mukajwa wanted me to be in the knowledge as well as the department to be equally so in the knowledge.
Gore re tla ba patela la mafelelo ka September, not anymore.
And that we were going to make the last payment to them in September, and from there on, there would be no payments.
Thank you. Is that all?
Yes.
A few matters arising. Do you agree this is a letter from Life Esidimeni to you and not from the department to you?
Wa dumela lengwalo le le tswa go Life Esidimeni go tla go wena ga le tswe go department go tla go wena.
Go bjalo le ngwaletšwe nna ba
Yes.
siela HOD.
It was written to me and the HOD was CC'd.
Do you agree it says that the premises will be closed and there'll be an evacuation by no later than 31 December 2015?
Wa dumela gore le re balwetši ba tlo tošwa mowe ebile lefelo le tlo tswalelwa pele ga di 31 tša December 2015.
Ba ingwadile mo, but that was no longer a mental health. Basically,
It is written there, but that was no longer mental health.
Maikarabelo.
Now,
mental health responsibility.
You confirm
Let's
just
just hold it there. Yes, continue with your interpretation, Mr. Interpreter.
I think I've finished, my lady. It was no longer mental health responsibility.
Okay, just hold it there. Dr. Manamela, just listen to the questions attentively. What was put to you is that, do you agree that as per this paragraph 6, right, there was going to be a final evacuation and the closure of the premises Vetpoort by no later than the 31st of December 2015.
E ka ba wa dumela se se boletswego wa paragraph 6 hore ba tlo tšea ka moka di-patient tše di bedile gona mo mo lefelong le la Vetpoort le gore lefelo le tlo tswalelwa ge re ke letšatši la mafelelo la go tswalelwa e swantše be le go be go diregetše ka tsela e nngwe ka di 31 tša December 2015.
Nka se ganane le plan ya bona.
I would not place their plan in dispute.
Thank you. You confirmed,
Continue.
yes. Thank you, my lady. You confirmed yesterday that the notice of termination was provided to Life Esidimeni in September 2015. Is that correct?
Wa dumela notice ya termination e filwe Life Esidimeni ka September 2015.
Go jwale.
Correct.
Just hold it there. Yes.
So Vetpoort Care Center was closed after the notice of termination. Do you agree?
Ka morago ga notice ya termination Vetpoort Care Center ile ya tswalelwa. E ka ba go bjalo?
Ke dikarabo tše pedi moo.
There are two answers to that question.
For subsidy ya department, e tswaletšwe ka by the 30th.
For the subsidy of the department, closure took place on the 30th.
Come again?
For the subsidy of the department, closure took place on the 30th.
Which 30th?
The
30th September 2015.
The 30th of September 2015.
For
just a second. We're talking about the closure of Vetpoort.
Correct.
Okay, continue. Now the second time.
Yeah,
the second thing, for Kamo Life Esidimeni even manager Vetpoort.
According to the manner in which Life Esidimeni was managing Vetpoort,
for dilo tšebe ba di dira di se mo matsong a department,
for all the work that they were doing which were not under the responsibility of the department,
ba rile ka di 31 tša December bona ba sa tlo dira selo.
They said that from the 31st of December, they will no longer be doing anything.
So
31st December 2015.
2015.
Yeah.
Yes.
So on your latest answer now, closure took place on 30 September 2015, which is one day after the letter of termination. Do you agree with me?
Come again, Council?
So on your latest version now, closure took place on 30 September 2015, which is one day after the notice of termination. Do you agree with me?
Closure e direge ka 30 September 2015. E be ile letšatši le le tee ka morago ga e se e diragetse.
Council mate a ka itšea ka mokgwa itšea mara Life Esidimeni e be e bereka.
Council can take it the way he would want to take it, but Life Esidimeni was working
towards go fokotša mepete 200 throughout mola policy tšwang.
Was working towards reducing the number of 200 beds or
policy ya go fokotša e tšwang.
A ke go kwešiša.
Since
the implementation of the policy.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, my lady.
ene bona ge ba ngwala lengwalo le ka di 3 tša August
When they wrote this letter on the 3rd of August,
ba be ba re botša gore bona ba kgonne 200 bed o e fokotša.
they were telling us that they were able to reduce the number of beds by 200.
Ene ka nako ewe le nna be ke sa tsebe le bona be ba sa tsebe.
And at that time, I did not know. They also did not know
Gore ka di 29
that on the 29th
tša September 2015
of September 2015,
ba tla humana letter ya go terminate
they
all
would
the
receive
email
a letter of termination
of contract.
of contracts for all life Esidimeni.
So ke ka mo ke palela go dumela se motlhomphe a se bolelago.
That is why I am not able to agree with what council is putting to me.
That's all it there.
Doctor,
Yes, continue.
do you agree that there's no mention of the month March 2015 in this letter?
Wa dumela mo lengwalong le a gona mo go ngwadileng gona March 2015.
Motlho mongwe council a ka checka mangwalo a fitileng goba policy framework ya department.
Maybe council can check the previous letters or the policy framework of the department.
That's all it there. Dr. Manamela, we hear you have got this lots of answers, but assist this court to follow your evidence, please.
Thuša kgoro re ikwešiše bohlatse bja gago. Le ge e le gore ne dikarabo tše dintši tšeo nyakang go fana ka tšona.
This
Thank you.
question, council wants to know whether you agree that in this letter that you have just provided before court, there is no mention of the date of March 2015, which date that you spoke about yesterday. That is the question. It's a
Vale.
yes or no. If you want to explain further, you may do so.
Jale, pušo wa go botša yona ke ya gore o ka reba ka re ee goba aowa. Go ya ka mokgwa o boletšego ka gona wena maabane o boletše ka date ya March 2015. Jale council wa go botša ge wa mo lengwalong le ge o le lebelela date ye ya March 2015 a e gona e ka ba go bjalo goba ga go bjalo na. Ge o nyaka go fatlela o ka di o fatlela ge o fetša go araba re ee goba aowa.
Awa, I gona. It
No.
is relevant.
Such a date is not depicted in this letter.
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you, Malay. Then just for purposes of formally admitting this document, you'll see that it requested you to sign acknowledgement of the letter, which you did on the following page.
Gore wena wa amogele lengwalo le ba go kgopetše gore o le saene o bontšha gore o le amogetše o bile wa le saena mo letlakaleng le le latelago.
Is that correct?
Go bjalo?
Go bjalo.
Correct.
So you can formally attest to having received this letter and signing it on the 5th of August 2015. You confirm that?
Yale o ka wa dumela ka ntle le go ganetšana le polelewe ka tsela efeng kapa efeng o le sign ka yona date e ngwadileng gona mowe e ka re ke di 5 tša Augustus 2015.
Ke nnete.
That's correct.
My lady, I do believe it has been proven if it can be referred to as KK4 moving forward. I don't believe there can be any dispute.
Yes, I think I've already provisionally accepted it.
Thank you, my lady. Now, Dr. Manamela, I want to return to your testimony yesterday after 4 o'clock in relation to the conclusion that you said had not been phrased properly on page 36483. Do you remember that?
Wena o boletše conclusion ya gago goba ge o phethela ga sanka ya bolelwa goba ya be wa botse.
Can I just first go to that page, please?
Ke 36483 ke page ya gona. 36483.
Yes, and the confusion was on which page?
36483, my lady.
Yes, okay, I'm there.
Now, Doctor, yesterday you testified that this had not been phrased properly, in that this was what was projected. It wasn't the case, to be factually correct, that because there was a formal dispute.
Bjale wena ga sanka ya beiwa botse sephetho sewe ebile gape o ya sa beiwa ka tsela ya maleba ebile gape go be
Ke kgopela go ya o page eo pele.
Can I just be given an opportunity to access that page also?
Okay.
Humane?
I
Yes,
got
you
it.
you can go through it again before you answer.
Ngo e bale gape pele o ka fana ka dikarabo.
We seem to have lost our interpreter, my lady.
No, it's there.
Oh, sorry. You'll see that it's on the screen as well, Doctor.
Oh, my
Are you
apologies.
done, Doctor?
I'm done. Although in my side it was looking the other way, that's why it took time, but I'm done. It's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Now, yes-
Can you, Mr. Godes, please
Yes,
rephrase the question?
As your lordship, yesterday you said that your conclusion had not been phrased properly when you put this presentation as a dispute by Esidimeni, and that it was in English, which was not your mother tongue. Do you remember that?
Wena mafelelong ge o phethela sanka ya ngwala botse go ne go na le dispute mabapi le life Esidimeni e be ngwadilwe ka Senyesemane se e leng gore a se polelo ya lena.
Nka itlhalosa gore e ra eng dispute ke bolelang ka yona.
Can I explain as to what does this dispute that I'm talking about entail?
That's not the question.
Just before you do that, I think council was in the process of asking a question.
Thank you, Madam.
So let's allow him to ask a question. He's not asking you about the dispute. He's just trying to refresh your memory regarding your evidence of yesterday.
Wa go gopotsa se shwa butša potšišo council wa go gopotsa mabapi le seo se boletšego o sa tla ge mo potšišong.
Okay, I got your lapin.
Yes, council can proceed.
Now, this was part of a project report, and it had these two qualifications. Did you ever go back to the Department of Health and say, this project cannot be done because these problems haven't been resolved?
Really, say e be le mabapi le project tše be di le gona. Jale wena o ile wa wela kwa go department wa e botša ge wa gone mathata ka di-project tše.
Nka go potša gore na council ba ra efe project.
Can I be reminded as to which project specifically?
Madam, it's your document. If you look at page 36464, you'll see that it was the Gauteng Department of Health, Mental Health Services Life Esidimeni project report on 15 July 2015.
O ke letla go ka mo letlakaleng lewe le a le boletse ke project ya lena yeo ya go Life Esidimeni ka di 15 tša July 2015.
Re ke bone heading eo gabotse.
Let me just go to that page and look at the heading properly.
Do you need the page reference? It's 36464.
Yeah, 36464. Page zero.
Thank you. 36464.
This is the document that you were taken through yesterday, and apparently today we're dealing with a conclusion. That is what we have started yesterday before.
Thank
We
you.
had started yesterday before we knocked off.
Thank you, my lady.
Ke
So
lona
it's
le
not
tlakala le matlakala mantšintšintši a la maabane a re be re šomana le ona bjale re mo mafelelong a le yona document re be re šomana le yona ke conclusion ya gona.
I take it that you were already taken through the content of the document yesterday.
Yes, madam.
Maabane judge go tšea gore wa gopola goba wa tseba gore council o la go tšea mo documenting eo ka moka mo e thomang gona a tla go balla yona go fitla re bo fitla mo mafelelong mo re leng gona bjale.
Go bjalo.
That's correct, my lady.
Okay, now you remember what this project is all about.
Bjale wa gopola project e ke mabapi leng?
Nka itlhalosa gore ke mabapi leng.
Yes. Can I explain it as to what is it all about?
No, but I've asked a question. Why don't you answer the question instead of explaining everything all over again?
O ska tlhaloša dilo tše ka mo o botše potšišo a raba potšišo.
Do you want the question to be asked again?
O nyaka ra boletše potšišo gape?
A ka e boeletša.
Please.
The question was that in your conclusion, you had certain requirements that had to be met. Did you ever go back to the Department of Health and tell them that these requirements had not been met or that there were problems in carrying out this project?
Really? Mo go ne go na le mešomo o swantše o e dire wena. Really, mo mešomo o swantše o e dire. Ge o bona re wa palelwa, e ka ba o ile wa boela go department wa ba botša gore aowa se ke swantše bjale ke se dire nna go ne mathata bjale ga ke kgone ke a palelwa. O se dirile se wena.
Through you, my lady, ka boikokobetšo.
With respect, my lady.
Mešomo yona ke efe ka gore ke be ke presenta what is the intention ya mental health.
What requirements, my lady? Because all I was doing, I was presenting the intentions of mental health. O ga gona?
Go bo sena mo ke reng mošomo o re a o dira ke be ke bolela ka
saying this particular job we were supposed to perform.
Ke re ge re ka renovate.
What I was saying is that if we can renovate,
re ka kgona o pakete.
We would be able then to accommodate a particular number of patients.
Le gore ge di lokile re tlo nyaka staff se se kaka sa nyaka tšhelete e kaka.
And that when all has been done well, this is the number of staff that we would need, and this is the budget that we will also be in need of.
Ka sebaka sela sa 15 July bo sena mošomo o nkareng o šetše o re paletše.
By the 15th of July, I wouldn't say that there was any responsibility that was beyond our means.
So, my question to you, madam, is I agree with what you posed or envisaged as a plan. Did you ever go back to the MEC or the Department of Health and say the plan cannot be carried out because we are experiencing problems?
Really, wa kwishisha seo se bolelang fela ka nako e really wena o swantse o dire mošomo o swantse o dire wa tlhakana le mathata ebile wa boela go MEC go ba go department wa ba botša re aowa plan ye ba swantse re šomane le yona ebile re implemente go ne mathata ga go kgonege mathata gona ke a le a.
Ke ka mo ke beng ke nyaka o tseba gore ke mathata a ge re tla mo kae ka gore mo ke boletše ka dilo tše pedi.
That is why I want to know which complications would be those, because here I mentioned two aspects.
Ke boletše ka go reduce mepete ka bolela le ka ka dispute ya life Esidimeni.
I spoke about the reduction of beds as well as the dispute of life Esidimeni.
Ka nako eo be ke sa
Emma nya.
Yes.
Ka nako eo be ke sa tsebe ge o na le termination.
At that time, I did not know that there was a termination.
Ene bothata boti bo be re na le bona.
And another problem, one problem that we had,
be ile gore re a tseba gore life Esidimeni e sa le busy.
We knew that life Esidimeni was still busy.
Ile ka go reduce mebete 200.
Trying to reduce the beds to the number of 200.
Ene ka gore be re bolela le bona ke be a ka ilokela mo mathata ao re tseba gore ba tlo reduce.
Because we were speaking with one another, I did not incorporate all these challenges in here because I knew that they were going to find compliance with the reduction.
Thank you. You can just pass this to Mr. Odes.
Thank you, my lady. It's clear she's not answering. I'm going to move forward. We were dealing with an envisaged project that you put forward in that document. I now want to take you, Madam, forward in time from 2015 all the way to 2016. I'm going to show you the draft and the final report after the project had been implemented, with the view to showing you that you never ever told the MEC or the department that there were problems being experienced on their side. Do you understand what I'm going to do?
Ya re go tlo go isha mo projecting ye we re ya pelenyana go tloga ka 2015 go ya go 2016 le draft report ya gona le gore e be swantse implementwe le gore wena ga o sanka wena wa botsa MEC goba department gore go ne mathata a go implement.
Continue.
Right. So firstly, if you'd please take a look at what I told the court was Exhibit KK3 handed in during your evidence. It's at page 37705 all the way through, Doctor, to 37729. It's headed Summary Report on Termination of Contract, and you will see that you signed it.
E ngwadile heading ya gona Summary Report on Termination of Contract. Ke Exhibit KK3 ya go letlakaleng leo la 37705 go fitla go 37729.
And I was saying you signed it at page 37728 on the 30th of September 2016.
Lo we sign wena mo letlakaleng leo la 37728 ka di 30th of September 2015. Yes, I can see that.
Now, it's clear from the dates that this was after the termination had taken place and after the project had been completed.
Ebele ka moraga termination se je e diragetse le project e se je e weditswe.
Ke gopola gore plan e ka no ba e sainilwe gona mo e ka ba ile mistake wa date mara
What I can say is that in respect of that signature, there could be a problem or a mistake with the date.
What would the problem or the mistake be, Doctor?
Yale utata ke yale go mistake e ka yale ka date. Ba pele date.
Nka bolela kare le ge ile ra ke sa le show report this ye ki plan e be le plan.
Although I am not sure, but this was a plan
termination
of the termination.
And a plan the team members kamoka.
And this plan, all the team members,
project members.
I'm trying to say project members.
By humane, by filwe.
They received it. It was given to them. It was circulated amongst them all. They even came up with the name. It also was forwarded to the MEC.
The word upscaling.
Oh, she also then assisted us by amplifying it with the word upscaling.
So okay. Le gona ge ile bjale ke summary report.
Now, as it stands like that, it is a summary report.
Ke be ke itlhakantšha le gore ke plan ke summary report re
I was
ngwadileng
confusing it with the plan.
re
It is
ngwa-
not. It is not. It is a summary report.
after re feditše o
Yeah,
place
just go slow, Dr. Manamela.
O ka go kitima ka kudu.
You can just pause now, please. You are confusing it with a plan.
O bo e tlhakatlhakantšha le plan.
ye ke summary report
Yes, but
All right,
this is
continue.
a summary report.
Continue then.
ge ke sign mola this
And
summary
as I had signed it,
ke morao wa ge rena re be re
it
feditše
was after we had done placing
and really busy ka tše dingwe tša go tlhokomela balwetši ba re ba tšereng
then busy with other responsibilities by taking care of patients whom we had admitted.
jwale ka director ke be ke tlameile gore ke ngwale report
Now, as a director, I was supposed to write a report.
and the date tše ke tšona tša gore ke ngwadile ya sainiwa gona mo
Now, the dates that are depicted there are the real dates, and that I did sign it.
ya saina ke project
So the date is
manager.
correct now.
Really,
Yeah,
date ke date ya maleba.
ke ya maleba my lady
Yes, it is, my lady.
ya saina ke
I don't know where are you running to, please.
I was kakiti.
Are you still giving more evidence or what?
O sa fahlela ka bohlatse goba o dirang bjang?
aowa be ke no feleletša gore ke rile project manager and I romela go HOD.
No, I was concluding by saying that after signing it, I sent it to the project manager, and he in turn forwarded it to the HOD.
Madam, you signed this report, and I want to put it to you so that you'll have a chance during the tea adjournment to have a look at another document. It formed the basis of what became the final report, which you will find at page 31659 through to page 31680.
Bjale o sign letlakala le le gore bjale go ne le leng le e leng ke report ya mafelelo mo letlakaleng la 31659 go ya go
680.
31680.
Do you recognize the final report, Doctor, at page 31659 to 31680?
E ka ba report yewe e leng report ya mafelelo, final report ka mantswe a mang. Wa e bona na mo matlakaleng ao 31659 go ya go 31680.
Perhaps we should give her the opportunity. I think it's now, I'm just looking at these pages, the number of pages, 31659 to 31680. Can we now take the tea adjournment so that we can give her the opportunity to look at it? And once she's done, then we can resume.
Please, my lady, but what I would ask her to do is as an exercise so we can save a lot of time.
Yes, okay.
The two reports alongside each other.
Yes.
So
That part, I think the interpreter didn't interpret that part. If you can just rephrase it again so that the interpreter can explain it properly to her.
My lady, Mr. Interpreter, please could you ask her to look at, and I'm going to give you the 2-page references, the 37705 to 37729, and compare that summary report to the final report that appears at page 31659 to 31680 during the T adjournment.
Age one summary report le final report. Yale di lebelela ka bobedi ya tsona. Re yela ya summary e go page 37705 o fitlela go 37729. Ra ye final report yona e thoma ko 31659 o fitlela go 31680. Di lebelela ka bobedi bya tsona. Ra kwisha. Ba go fa nako o di lebelele summary report le final report re tla boa re šomana le tsona re tswa tea time.
Can you then warn the witness?
O sa go potsa gore o ka fase ga kano ga wa swanela go bolela le motho ofeng kapa ofeng ka bohlatse bja gago re a kwana.
Ke a kwešiša.
The witness is warned, my lady.
Thank you very much. The court will adjourn for tea.
Thank you, my lady.
Please alert us once you are done so that we can resume the proceedings.
O re tsebiše ge o feditše re tlo kgona go thoma.
Court agents.
Please the court, my lady.
Santse ke na di phapano compare ke compare ngwana.
Dr. Manamela, can you mute, please?
O sala ka fase ga kano ke doctor. So reminded, my lady.
Thank you.
Yes.
Before we start, Dr. Makani, will you confirm that you spoke to your counsel during the break about these agreements?
Pele re ka tswela pele. Wa dumela re o bolela le lawyer gago ka nako e re be re emishitse ka nako ba re lo bala matlakala.
Regarding what?
These agreements, it was recorded while you were talking on the screen with the sound on.
Well, o ile a recorda ka nako le be le bolela moo.
Oh, ga ke be ke nyaka document mo di-filing.
At the time when I was searching for the document through the files, I did speak to him.
Gore ke kgone go compare ye leng mo case line le ye leng mo pampiring ya ka mara ka se kgone go ikhwetša.
So that I could compare the document that is on the case line versus the one that I had in person, but I was unable to get it.
But the question that you asked was something relating to whether it was admitted or disputed previously. Is that correct?
Also, no botsitšwa yona ile a amogelwa goba e be a ganetšwa na. E ka ba go bjalo.
Dr. Manamela, sit properly.
Dula botse.
You are not audible enough, please. There is a problem. Don't come closer to the screen. Yes. Continue.
O ka tswela pele.
Ke a latlhega mo ka gore nna be ke na le copy ya ka ya report.
I'm getting lost here because I had my own copy of the report.
And then ye ba mpoditšeng ye councilor rileng ke lebelele ke di compare.
The one that council said that I must look for it and compare them.
A ke na yona ela e nngwe.
I do not have this other one.
Jwale be ke checka ya ka gore na nka ikhwetša ka compare straight to straight.
Now, I was checking for mine in order to be able to compare it and align it.
And my counselor are ba rile o bale tlogela o lebella di-file. Ke ntho e na mpotša yona.
Now, my counsel said that they said to you that you must read, stop looking through the files.
It's all on record because fortunately it's being recorded.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to ask, can you hear me, my lady?
Yes, I can.
I'm going to ask that the two documents we put on the screen so that we can try and save some time alongside one another. It'll be easier to follow and to make progress in this matter.
My lady.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to interject. If I may be allowed to address the court briefly.
You may.
Morning, my lady.
Morning.
I trust the court is well. So am I. My lady. I just want to interject because the questions that were put to Dr. Manamela now about the communications and so forth, the reason why there was no discussion of any evidence, which can never be done from our side. But seemingly now, we don't want to be said to be coaching her or interfering with her evidence. So I don't know whether what can the court give a direction as to what should happen going forward. Either she then testifies from the office of, because we were in separate rooms, but because of connectivity, we had to separate.
So what is the problem now? Because that is how you proceeded even yesterday, isn't it?
Yes, but
So
I think
why should the court give direction? I don't understand.
my lady,
I thought that is how even yesterday when she encountered problems with being audible, you kept on assisting her, and even prior to that. So why should
But-
there be any change? What is the problem?
but I heard what my learned senior advocate Hodes said about the discussions of evidence and said it's on record. So I'm quite surprised because there will be an issue where she will require something and she will be assisted. So we don't want to be blamed to say she's being coached. So I just wanted that direction.
I don't know what you expect me to do. Mr. Hodes?
My lady, there was a moment during the gap when they became audible. There was a discussion concerning admission or disputing of a document. It's been recorded, my lady. We don't need to waste time on it here because the recording was running. I don't have an issue. I'd like to proceed if at all possible, please.
Mr. Makani, can we just proceed? Because I
proceed.
take it that you have been assisting the witness regarding, I'm not talking about the issue. I don't want to get involved. The record, if there is anything, will just speak for itself. But so far, you have been assisting, isn't it? Let's just proceed for the smooth running of the proceedings. You carry on as you did previously, you and Mr. Sibara.
As the court, please.
Thank you very much.
All right, doctor.
Let the witness come back. When Mr. Makani interjected, okay, thank you very much. You had intended to display the 2 pages on the screen. Yes, you may proceed.
Doctor,
Mr.
you have,
Hodes.
thank you, my lady. Doctor, you have the 2 documents that you're asked to read shown alongside one another in front of you. Do you confirm that?
Ke ona matlakala a mabedi a leng mo pele ga gago a ba bontšhitšeng a ba rileng o a bale go ya ka di-page tse bo filwe tsona go bjalo.
Go bjalo.
Correct.
The one on the left has page 37705 on the top right-hand corner, and it was what I referred to previously as Exhibit KK3, but you'll see that it's referred to as a summary. Do you agree with me?
Lele ka mo left ke lona le be le bitswa re ke KK3 la summary report go ya ka page ya 357705. Oh yeah, correct. I can see that.
The one on the right is page 31659. You'll see it in the bottom right-hand corner, but it has a crest, the same crest, and you'll see that it refers to final report.
Le leng ka mo la tlhakoreng la ruja ke longwadilwe ke final report. O bjalo.
Ke a le bona.
Correct.
And both of them refer to the termination of the contract relationship between Gauteng Department of Health and Life Esidimeni. Do you agree with me?
Matlakala a le mabedi a bolela ka go terminate ga contract magareng a Gauteng Department of Health le Life Esidimeni. O bjalo. Correct.
They also refer to upscaling community-based mental health services. And you told us that the word upscaling was at the instance of my client, Ms. Mahlangu. Is that correct?
Ibile gape a bolela le ka upscaling e bo bolela ka yona ya meshomo mo go ya ka meshomo le be le o dira. Wena o re boditše mo bohlatseng bja gago o re lentšu la upscaling go iša maemo a moshomo kwa godimo upscaling. Motho a tlileng ka lentšu lewe ke yena MEC wola wa Maloba Katane Mahlang. Go bjalo.
Ke rile jwalo.
That's what I said.
My client disputes having introduced the word upscaling to this report. Do you have any comment?
Our council client ya gada ha sanga tla ka lina le o ba ka lintjule o go ne ntlo ka bolela mo
Awa ge a gana a ine taba ka baka la gore rena re ile ra circulator to everybody mohlomongwe tšatši le re bolela ka yona
Ivan is rona mo if she is disputing it is okay but we did circulate it to everybody maybe on the day on which we spoke about it
o be a le gona a no endorsa a ke tsebe mohlomongwe ke
she was present and she endorsed it. I do not know. Maybe. Motlhomong?
nka ba ke lebetse ke no re ka re be a le gona mara ke a tseba gore
I might have forgotten. I just said that she might have been present.
ka gore ke tseba gore ge re sa thoma re be rena re be re sa lokela upscaling mara ge
But
re
I know that when we commenced with this, the word upscaling was not incorporated.
le ge e le gore e gona
Just go slow, Doctor. We're taking notes, please. Continue.
le ge e le gore le lentswe le upscaling community base le gona mo policy document ya Gauteng.
Even if that word upscaling community based is contained in the policy framework of Gauteng.
Ke ka moo ge re dira re bea final heading ya leina le.
That is why when we crafted the final heading of this word,
just hold it. Yes.
Ke ile ka bona le yena emisi a le thagaletše ka itšea gore le yena o le recommendile
what I observed was that the MEC was pleased about it.
Ge ba a dira bjale
o ba le thagaletše and then
ge ba ga o bjale gona ke a withdrawa gore ke rile le yena o tlile ka lona.
If it is not so, then I withdraw, having said that she is the one who came up with this word.
Just hold it there. Continue.
Right. If you turn, you'll see that the documents are almost identical in many paragraphs. I will turn on the left to 37707 under the heading Introduction, which is the same introduction as 31659, word for word.
Just go slow.
Thank you, my lady.
37707 and
31659 under the heading Introduction are identical, my lady.
Okay, ge o lebelela matlakaleng a boletseng ka ona 37707 le 31615 ka letlakaleng le leng le ka letlakaleng le leng mantšu a gona a nyaka a swana ka mokgwa ba ngwadileng. Yes, I can see that.
And all it does in that paragraph is it explains the dates of termination, which was September 2015 to 31 March 2016. That was then extended to 30 June 2016. Do you agree?
Really? Mo go bolelwa ka date of termination ya September 2015 lo ile ya šutišetšwa go fitla go 31 March 2016 mile ya felela mo ka di 30 tša June 2016.
Do you confirm that, Doctor?
Wa se dumela seo.
Ke a dumellana le sona.
Confirmed.
Thank you.
Let's hold it there. Yes, continue.
Similar, paragraph 2, background information to the contract are identical. Do you confirm that, Doctor?
Yeah, swana le mo go paragraph 2 mo e bolela gona ka background. O kgone e bala botse mo ke e bone.
Ke a e bona.
I can see that.
One sentence worth highlighting is the following. It's in the 8th line. The contracts were based on the national contract, but the provinces determined the number of beds and affordability of the services by the provinces. Do you confirm that?
Wa e dumela. Ntshwa go e bala.
Ke a e dumela.
Confirmed.
If you turn the page then, on the left is 37708. On the right,
37708.
31660. You'll see the same table. The one on 31660 is easier to read, but they're because of the colors, but they're the same. Do you agree with me?
Ge o wela matlakaleng a wa a boletse ka ona di table tse di ba di bontshitse mmowe di a swana le ga ile e nngwe e ne mebala ga e nngwe e sna mebala ya go swana le eme.
37708 and 31660. Okay, thank you.
But you'll see that the paragraphs have been switched around. Beneath the table on 31660, it starts with the paragraph however. On 37708, it starts with the paragraph users, which you'll find on the next page, that paragraph under the table. But it's just in a different order. Do you confirm?
Paragraph tšeo di a swana fela ga di a beakanya ka tsela ya go swana. I can see that.
And the one difference is the issue we dealt with this morning, which on the left, it's in 37708. Witpoort is named in brackets. On the right, the name has been removed as being a facility that was closed or converted to another purpose before the notice of contract relationship had terminated. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Thank you. You'll see then there's another table there about adults bed, the side beds, into disabled, but the figures and the totals are the same. Do you confirm that, Doctor?
Figure le di total tša gona di a swana. Go ya ka table we ba bontšhitše mmowe. O dumelang le?
Di a swana.
Yes, they are the same.
Then you'll see that you have a heading in both agreements, 2.1 scope of agreement.
The heading tša gona le tšona di a swana, scope of agreement mo go 2.1.
Ke a di bona.
And the first 3 paragraphs are the same, but then there's a heading on the older version or on the draft 37709. There's a heading Ali budget and expenditure. That heading's missing, but the content is still identical on the last paragraph on 31661 compared to page 37709. Do you agree with me, Doctor?
Go dumelana le ena gore ga o bapisha se se leng go 31661 le 37709 le ge e le gore no heading di a fapana fela se se ngwadileng mo se a swana.
Ke a se bona.
Yes.
Then you'll see the numbers have changed, but it's still the same table that's there. So the heading for some reason is above the table, but you'll see the tables are the same.
Di table di a swana, heading e ka godimo fela di table tšeo ge o di bapisha e nngwe e ka go ngele le ka seatleng sa go ja di a swana.
On 31662 and
31662
and 37710 and
37710.
And the same applies to budget impact.
Gape se bua se sepedišana le mo ngwadileng budget impact.
And you'll see, Doctor, that they're identical for the next entire page. And even for the list, the font is different, but the names are the same when it comes to the project team members in paragraph 3.3. Would you confirm that they're the same?
Paragraph 3.3 o ka dumela di a swana le ga ile gore mokgwa ba di ngwadileng ka ona se mokgwa go swana a e swane botse fela se ba se ngwadileng e tloga e swana mongwalo o
ke lebelle site engwe
That's correct.
But now if you'd please turn to page 37714.
37714 ya go go yona.
And what's referred to as table 4.
O lebella table 4.
Identified risk and plans to mitigate. Do you have that?
Identified risk
and plans
to mitigation. Yes.
That table was removed from your final report. Do you confirm that, Doctor?
O dumela table e mo final report ha e gona intshito. Yes, I can see that it is not there.
Okay. Why did you remove it?
Ngano intshito.
Ka bo madimabe report e engwe a se ngwale ke nna.
Unfortunately, this other report, I am not the author thereof.
Naki confirma oba the author ya ye ke sainileng.
I, however, do confirm to be the author of the one that I had signed.
Page 37714.
37714. Obialo.
Ye ke ngwadileng ke a ke kgone go sepediša go tšetše pedi kesa mara mo laptopong e nngwe ye ke ngwadilego.
The one that I have written, I cannot access it when I'm trying to move the cursor. But
A ke re ye ngwadileng final report. A se yaka.
But let me say that the one that's written final report, it is not my document. I am not the one that even submitted it.
Ye ke tsebang gore ke nnete ke yaka ke ya summary report. I only wrote summary report.
The one that I own up to is the summary report.
Mr. Sibaru?
Lady, it's Advocate Asim, it's not me.
Oh, I just see a hand. I thought it was you. Miss Asim?
And thank you, my lady. I wanted to refer my learned senior, but the court as well, to another version of the document that is currently being referred to at 31659. The final
31659, yes.
Which the witness has just said is not her document. There's another version which is signed by the witness, and it's at page
of which page of which one? The final report or the summary? Okay. Okay.
It's headed final report. It's the long heading, but it's dated 5 August 2016, and it's at 20843.
20843. All right, there you are.
And that one is signed by the witness.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Please, court.
Thank you, Ms. Hassan. I'm indebted to you for that. Doctor, you've heard now that you've actually signed both documents. So I don't know on what basis you claim to disown the final report. Do you have any comment?
Just a second, my lady, before the witness could
Just
respond.
before, Mr. Sibara, just a second, please. Can the witness first interpret and then we will stop immediately after the interpretation? Because if you keep on interjecting, I mean, it's not you alone, even your colleagues, they do the same. But we should wait so that we shouldn't lose sight of what is placed on record. Yes.
Dr. Manamela, when our report ya final report, we ora o sanka wena wa e signa ore wena ke ela ya draft ye wena o e signilego.
Okay, that's
yale
okay.
ore ke ela ya 31659.
Yes, correct.
Ore a se ya gago eo fela o ne bohlatsi bo tlisitsweng ke bo bontshitswe ke advocate Hasim ore a ua go ne nngwe ya di 5 tša August 2016 o e signne le yona ka mantswe a mang di le pedi o di signile.
Okay, just hold it there. I'm going to request that Dr. Manamela go to that page and check that report first before she responds.
Yale jaja go gopola o ya go di paging tšewe e nngwe page ba go bolela ka yona ke 20853.
20843.
843.
Yes.
Mo go bolelwa gore a wa letlakala lewe ke lona le mo wena o sanile go gona bjale ya gona mo o lebelele.
While she does that, can I hear what Mr. Sibara would want to say?
My lady, the court has just covered it nicely. I'm covered.
Thank you very much. Now, I think we must just give her the opportunity to look at the document.
Yes, please call the court, my lady.
Dr. Manamela, you can look at the document and compare it with the one that is on page 31659.
O ka lebelela ga letlakala lewe o le swantshanye le lela le leng go page 31659.
But remember, we are told that you have signed this one on page 20843. So just check also there whether you signed the document and whether the documents are the same.
O gopole wa re wena o e signile gape letlakala lewe lebelela lewe le leng ko 20843 o le swantshanye le lewe le leng ko 31659 o re tlhalosetse gore ge e le gore le signile o tla fatlhela.
Okay, ke a leboga ke tla dira jwale.
I'll do so.
Please do.
Dire bjalo. Chi.
My lady, ke kgonne ho di lebelela.
Emanyana.
Shall we then continue?
Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, are you ready now?
O show the commission chair.
ka tswela pele.
O jwala pele. Yes, I am, my lady.
Thank you. Please repeat that question, Mr. Hodes.
I might not have it in the exact words, but the question was in the light of the fact that my colleague found a signed version of the final report, on what basis can you disown it, Doctor?
Yale, a ka se boeletše ka tsela ela ba e beile ka gona la mathomo putšhio fela ore a ke re wena o bo re final report wena a o sanka wa e signa ebile a se ya gago fela wo advocate Hasim o tšwelele polelo ye nngwe mo ebile a ba a bontšha le bohlatse e be ya gore final report ye o e sign we jale o ikarebela ka gore
Ke a leboga. Ke tla ikarabela ka tsela ye.
I'll respond as follows. Thank you.
Yes, please do.
Sa mathomo,
Firstly,
ge o ka lebelela font, a ke tsebe gore nka re ke Sepedi ke eng.
go lokile.
Font ya report ye ke reng a ke e tsebe.
Firstly, if one
Same.
emaganyana a re fane chance ke if one looks at the font of the report, the one that I am disowning,
It's not the same font as the font yet the one that I see font ye tshwana le ya ye ke tsebang ke ngwadile.
is not the same font as the one that I said that I own up to.
And ka nako eo nna ke beng ke ngwala summary.
Is that a hand? Just a second. Is that a hand?
Yes, my lady. My apologies to interrupt. Would it not be of assistance if exhibit numbers were allocated to the two additional reports? It would make it clear which ones are being referred to.
Because we only have KK3, ne?
As your ladyship
We
pleases.
have KK3. Yes, KK4 is not related to this, ne?
No, it isn't, my lady.
Mr. Hodes?
My lady, I support the idea. I think it's a very good idea. It's much
Yes,
easier.
we have, yes, thank you very much, because as she is responding, I was now having a problem as now going to take her back to say which one do you own, which one do you disown, but it's better if all of them are marked.
Thank Mr. Van Bergen for that. I think it's a very practical suggestion. Thank you.
KK3 is the summary report, am I correct?
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
And then we have, we already have KK4. Now, we now have the final report. It's part of the documents. But can we just mark it as an exhibit to enable us to be able to follow the reports? Ms. Marriott, is that a problem if we mark it as an exhibit because it is already part of the record?
Now, my lady, if it's easier for the court to refer to the document, I would submit it can be marked KK5.
Yes, so we have the final report that is not signed by the witness, which appears on page 31659. 31659. I hope I'm correct.
Okay. Yes, my lady.
Then we have page 20843. This is the final report signed by the witness. This is pages 2085, page 20843. It's up to which page, Mr. Hodes?
I'll get the reference for you now, my lady.
My lady, it is 20861, if I can be of assistance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen.
20861.
My lady, perhaps just also for ease of reference, if one can identify KK5, that appears to be the so-called disputed report. Is that correct?
Yes, it's the unsigned final. Is how it's referred to.
Thank
Let me not, just a second. I don't want to get confused. KK5 is it the one that I say is the final report that has not been signed?
Yes, my
Your
lady.
ladyship, please.
That is 31659, which I had provisionally accepted. Is it the one?
Yes, my lady.
As your ladyship, please.
Okay, then I'm going to accept to admit all of them, no longer provisionally, because I see. Just a second. I just want to check something here. Just bear with me. Yes, I'm going to accept if there is, unless there is an objection to the acceptance of these documents as part of the evidence. This is pages 31659 to 31680. This is the final report that has not been signed by the witness. But before I do that, Mr. Van Bergen, now my memory is recalling that KK5 is that email.
My lady.
There was that email. Did we accept it as KK4?
KK4, my lady.
Okay, that's fine.
The email regarding the closure of Witpoort.
That is the document that I provisionally admitted into evidence. And then there are okay, this one was not yet admitted into evidence. The 31659 to 31680.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes. If I may, KK3 is pages 37705 to 37729. Am I correct?
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Therefore, I just want to know if there is evidence of these two documents, pages 31659 to 31680 and pages 20843 to 20861.
No objection, my lady.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
The document appearing on pages 31659 to 31680 on case line, and the title being the final report, which has not been signed. I'll just mark it as a final report not signed by the witness. It's accepted and admitted into the record as exhibit KK5.
As the court pleases.
Then pages 20843 to 20861, as it appears on case line. And this is the final report signed by the witness. Is admitted into the record and marked exhibit KK6. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Manamela, just I think they will guide you when they ask you questions. Just remember that KK3 is the summary report. And it is the document, as I've indicated, that appears on pages 37705 to 37729. I hope you are following, Doctor. Next. Okay.
One, Doctor. KK3, ke summary report. E mola mo di page tse latelang. O tloga go page 37705. Wa go fitla go page 37729. Ke KK3 ke summary report. Amile, final report. E wena o reng a o sanka wa e signa. E ba bitsa go bjale ke KK5. E thoma mola mo 31659. E ya go felela mo page 31680. Ke yona the disputed report.
Yes.
Re kwana. Namile go be le engwe na wa gopola na kwela advocate Hasim a tla tsenelela. Namile a ba re bontšha ye nngwe letlakala le lengwe gape a re le kwa ko page 20843 wa go felela ko 20861. Bjale ye ke final report e leng gore e ne signature ya gago e bitšwa re ke KK6. Re tsapa re a kwa. Understood, my lady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mate. Yes, you may proceed, Counsel.
Thank you. Dr. Malamela, you're explaining on what basis you disown what we now call KK6.
Yale, re botšwa ke ka mabaka a feng mo re ngwana re wa KK6 a we amogele.
Just to interject before she proceeds, I don't want you to be repeating the evidence. You have already told us about the funds. Can we move to the next? You are just about to go to the next reason. If you can just take us through that.
O sa tlo re botša ka lebaka le leng lela di font re boditše e tšea go tloga moo.
Le lengwe lebaka ke gore length between a copy edit.
The other reason is length between the copy edit
and the where they put my signature. And mo unang le mo ki signileng.
And where they put my signature.
Who
is there? Who is there? I'm getting confused.
My lady, I get to report here is submitted ke mang akere. That's why ke palla ke o bolela mabitso.
My lady, I do not know who submitted this report. That is why I am unable to can give the names.
So are you disputing the signature on the document?
Signature o ganetšana le yona ele mo documenting yo.
Ke ganetšana le yona ka mabaka a ke ratang gore ke a fe my lady ke le fe ona.
Yes, I am disputing that signature on the reasons that I just want to put on record.
Okay.
Le ge ile re signature yona ke yaka mara ke ya gana na le ka mokgo e dirilweng ka gona go go dirilweng ka gona.
Even though the signature is mine, but I am disputing the manner in which it has been placed there.
Lebaka
Just a second, please.
Emanyana. Hey.
Pele ka lebelela mo 2816.
If one ponders at 2816.
Le tla bona gore
Just a second. Are you referring the court? We should look at the. Are you referring the court to this page?
Or level page you? Yes.
But why are you talking about 20816? Is it part and parcel of this document? I'm getting confused.
Well, ngano ulela ka 20816. Isipilishana le yona a document re ulela ka yona. Mo?
Ke yona ye ke bolelang ka yona ka signature.
This is the document I'm referring to in respect of the signature.
It can't be 20816 unless if you wanted to refer the court to 20861.
E ka se ke ya ba 20816. Motlhomong o dira phoso bo nyaka re 20861.
Tshwarelo motlhomphegi ke nyaka re 20861.
My apologies, my lady. That's the document I wanted to refer to, the 20861.
Yes, let me go to.
Lady, we'll put it on the screen. It will come up on the screen now.
Oh, okay. Yes, it's here.
Easy.
No, it's not on the screen. Oh. What is on the screen are the previous pages, isn't it?
Yes, my lady, we're putting up page 20861, where the signatures we're trying to put on the screen.
I'm there, okay. But it's better if you display it on the screen. That's fine. Yes, what about it?
Le tla bona gore yona party ye ke 16 ke conclusion ko fase.
One will see that that part underneath there's conclusion.
Ene e bonala ga botse gore e bile copy ye nngwe go ya attachwa mo e khathilwe.
One can see clearly that it was another copy that has been cut and pasted.
Gona le mesetlo mo dimo a ke tsore mosetlo nka re ke eng mara le tlang kwishisha le go fase ga yona go bontsha gore di signature tše dingwe di ile tša no tlushiwa wa biwa ye.
There are lines there, if one looks at the top as well as at the bottom, which then clearly shows that the other signatures were cut and others were pasted.
Just a second, Dr. Manamela. Yes.
Ge o ka lebelela document ye tswelang e tsamaya e shalana morago.
If one looks at the document that follows as one scrolls this document downwards,
o tla lemoa gore mohuta o ko bolelang mo a o gona go tše dingwe.
Oh, okay. One will then see that these features that I have mentioned are not there in the following documents.
Ene le ge o lebelela page ya ka godimo a ela go 20860.
And if one looks further at the page which is on top, which would be in this case 20860.
O tla bona mothalo wa go bontšha ka mo fase ga the last sentences ye e thomang ka
Emanya, one will see that there are lines on the last sentence, and that sentence commences with
fraudulent behavior by other NGO just to make money. Go na le mothalo.
on that sentence that I have just read out. There are also line, or there's a line.
E bontšha gore tše dingwe di be di haidilwe gana mola.
That shows that others were hidden there.
Ene ye nngwe ya mafelelo e
Just hold it there, please.
ge le ka lebelela mo ba bolelang ka ke rile 31 I think 605 ke ngwadile 3165 mo ba bolelang ka di highlight le di low light le di recommendations.
Now, when one considers where it's highlighted or it's low lighted at 31605.
Le gona go ka tsela yana e uwe ke boletšeng ka yona ka tše dingwe tše.
Also there, the same features that I have identified in respect of the pages that I have mentioned, they appeared.
The last thing nka e bolelang ka yona.
The last thing that I would comment over this.
Okay, ebile ke 20858 e bontšha gabotse gore this copy ile ya bewa pele ke ya go the last one.
Before I could go to the last one, if one looks at the page 20858, it shows that this page was pasted.
And then ke fetša ka gore.
And I conclude by saying,
at the ka nako ye ke beng ke ngwala report ye.
At the time when I was documenting this report,
Vescopi staff be ba sešwe ba mpha report ya bona.
The Vescopi's staff had not yet provided me with their report.
And mo e bontšha bo Sister Sambo bo mang ba ba ileng ba tšwa ba ya di NGO after that.
And here it shows Sister Sambo and others who left for the NGOs after that.
And ge report ya bona ka gore e be ile gore di district di tla ya tša yo thusha tša yo checka di NGO.
Remember, it was said that the districts would go out there to go and check on the NGOs.
Report tša bona ga se ka di lokela mo summary report or
their reports were not incorporated into my summary report.
And ke ile ka
then.
Ge di document tše di fiwa ba beng ba ba fa ke be ke se gona nna ke tseba summary report.
When these documents, Emanya, when these documents were handed over to the people that they were handed to, I was not present. The only document that I bear knowledge of is the summary report, which I am the author of.
Just hold it there.
Am I gonna move?
Continue.
Ke fetša ka gore tšona di-report tše pedi tše ga ke di tsebe ka gore nna
Maganya, I then conclude by saying that these two reports, I do not know them.
ye ke e tsebang ke gore ke feditše ka fa project manager.
The one that I know of is the one that after I had completed it, I handed it over to the project manager.
And then I resign Rafa HOD, the former HOD.
And after the project manager had signed it off, we then handed it over to the HOD.
And ge ke be ke drafta anything, ge ba mohlomong ba ka re be ke draftile, ke be ke romela batho ba be beng ba le gona. A ke tsebe gore ye ya gore ba tšee copy ya signature ya ka e le one, e tlile jwang.
Even the drafts, all the drafts that I made, I forwarded them to the other people that were within the field. As for this other document that contains my signature, I do not know how it came about. Over this. That's it.
Continue, Mr. Woods.
Lady, I see it's 1:05.
Yes, I think we should now take the lunch adjournment. Can the witness be warned?
Re sa lantšheng o ska boledišana le motho le dilwana tša gago o ska bolela le tšona ka bohlatsebo re a kwana.
Re a kwana, ke a leboga.
Witness warned, my lady.
For lunch, we will resume at 2 o'clock.
I work at 2.
As the court pleases.
The court pleases.
Mr. Pinel? You are muted.
Apologies, my lady. May it please the court, my lady. I would like a request, an opportunity to raise an issue at this stage to ensure that the process being followed at this stage is correct, my lady. And in this regard, my lady, I'd like to point out that the issues that are being dealt with at this stage in cross-examination relates to the admissibility of two documents which could reflect adversely on the credibility and credence of the witness, Dr. Manamela. My lady, and keeping in mind that the rules of evidence applicable in criminal matters also apply in inquest proceedings, I would respectfully submit it means that we're dealing in essence with the admissibility of these statements. And if that's the case, my lady, I would respectfully submit that it would require a trial within a trial to determine the admissibility of these documents in order for the cross-examination that's been conducted, etc., thereon to be admissible, my lady. And I'm raising this issue, my lady, purely, I know I'm not representing Dr. Manamela, and it would be within their ambit of representation to have raised the issue. But nonetheless, my lady, I am of the opinion as a legal representative in these proceedings, my lady, I'm called upon to present it to your ladyship to prevent an irregularity being committed that could reflect or have an adverse effect later on the proceedings or the final adjudication of this inquest, my lady. So therefore, but should your ladyship deem it not called for, my lady, then I will leave it at that, my lady. I've thought it best to raise the issue to prevent a problem resulting therefrom or it becoming a major issue at a future stage in these proceedings, my lady.
Thank you very much. I
May
see
it please the court, my lady.
there is a hand. I don't know whether Mr. Hodes wants to say something before I go to Mr. Late.
No, my lady, if we could proceed with Mr. Late. Thank you.
Mr. Late, welcome. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning, my lady. No, I'm somewhat fine, but I'm able to work.
Okay.
My lady, with regards to the
Just before you, I think there is another hand. Whose hand is that? If I may just note the person. There's another hand there.
It's Mr. Pina's hand, my lady.
Okay, can you please put it down, Mr. Thank you very much. Mr. Late?
Firstly, my lady, we are not dealing with the criminal trial. Although certain aspects of the Criminal Procedure Act is applicable to an inquest, like the summoning of witnesses and so forth, the witnesses are all witnesses. There are no accused. This court used the information that it receives to make a finding at the end of the matter, and then a decision shall be taken whether a criminal trial will proceed or not. And in taking such a decision, no, not notwithstanding what the court's finding will be, all the elements and all the procedures regarding the adducing of evidence in a criminal trial will be taken into account by the decision-making body. So it's not necessary for a trial within a trial to be held regarding documents that form part of a record, which it already does. Secondly, my lady, I don't want to hamper Mr. Hardis' cross-examination, but I've been sitting listening here, and that's now still since yesterday, and we're still not closer to the findings that this court is supposed to make in terms of the Inquest Act. I cannot see where the credibility of this witness concerning those documents will assist this court in coming to a decision whether anybody who is involved in this inquest or this matter can be criminally held liable. If you take the contents of those letters, it doesn't incriminate anybody. No matter who composed them, nobody who read them, nobody who confirmed the contents thereof. It doesn't incriminate anybody if you take into consideration the principles of causation in a criminal trial where you have to deal with a consequential crime. So my personal feeling is that we are wasting a lot of time, and we can come to a conclusion of this matter if my learned friends will just keep focused on what this court has to find, and in keeping in mind the criminal or the evidential principles necessary to prove any crime that led to the death of the deceased, whether it's fraud or whether it's a misrepresentation of winning. This court is not called upon to find whether everything was done according to the law. This court has only one finding, and that is the findings pertaining to the cause of death of each of the deceased. That's a court, please, my lady.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hassim?
Thank you, my lady. I just wanted to say that in addition to the fact that this is not a criminal trial, it's actually an inquisitorial process, which means that the court itself can request any document it wants. It's not only dependent on what is in the record. The second thing is that the documents that are being discussed now, particularly KK 5 and 6, have been part of this record from the beginning of the inquest. So there isn't an issue regarding admissibility of these documents. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. With regards to, just before I go to Mr. Martin, the issue that Mr. Late has raised in relation to the cross-examination by your learned friend, although I would ask him to respond once he has heard all your submissions.
Lady, I disagree respectfully with Mr. Late. It's not as simple as he suggests, because the cause of death comes in a context and arises from decisions and omissions that were made before the deaths took place. There isn't a straight line between one thing and the next. There's connected dots, and so the background is very much relevant to what gave rise to specific deaths. And I think that it's important to lay this background to establish the chain of decision-making and the events that took place. The second thing I would say is that an inquest, also unlike a criminal trial, is required to be thorough and satisfy the public and all interested parties that there's been a full and fair investigation. So if there's any doubt about whether some of what is being led in evidence or the cross-examination, with any doubt of its relevance, I would say that the court should permit it rather than close it down in the interests of the purpose of an inquest, which is, as I've said, to satisfy the public that there's been a full and thorough investigation. And this objective is not, it was stated in the Tamol case, in fact, in the Tamol, ironically, it was in the first Tamol inquest, which has been reversed recently, as your ladyship knows. So given that purpose of an inquest and the importance of promoting public confidence in the process, I respectfully disagree with my learned friend, Mr. Late, including, as I said, that these are a complicated set of circumstances that arose and that the cause of death it's necessary to see that in the light of events and decisions that took place and what people knew and didn't know at particular times. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Late, I'm going to afford you the opportunity. Is there any other person, or I don't know whether you forgot to lower your hand, your hand, Mr. Late? Mr. Martin?
Thank you, my lady.
I think, Mr. Late, I'll give you the opportunity. Let us hear, or Mr. Martin.
Thank you. My lady, I don't understand the admissibility of these documents to be in question. I think that's the complete answer to what Mr. Pienaar proposes. They're on the record, they're before you properly in terms of the Act. If there's a question of whether or not the signature is authentic, that's something that your ladyship can deal with to the extent that it's relevant. As far as Mr. Late says, I do understand where he is coming from, because I disagree with Ms. Hassim. There is a very serious causality issue in this case, and how it's going to come to be that there's going to be any kind of legal causation that can be attributed to decisions that preceded somebody's death by many years. That is a question, but nonetheless, in the evidence in chief, the MEC was put squarely in the crosshairs by Ms. Manamela's representatives, and I understand that Mr. Hodes has to deal with these issues now as a matter of caution, as it pleases your ladyship.
Okay. Who's that now? I see Mr. Pienaar, but before I go to, okay, can I, Mr. Late, can I hear Mr. Pienaar, then yourself, then go back to Mr. Hodes?
Thank you, Madam. I'll go afterwards. I need to address all these issues if I may, but I'll wait for all of the views.
That's fine. Mr. Pienaar?
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect, my lady, although these are not criminal proceedings but inquisitorial proceedings, it does not mean the rules of evidence do not apply. And with all respect, my lady, even inquisitorial proceedings have to comply with recognized rules of evidence. They cannot simply just be ignored because it's not an adversarial process, but an inquisitorial process. And although it's a process managed, if I can use that word, my lady, and controlled by your ladyship as the presiding judicial officer, it does not, still not result, my lady, with all due respect, that your ladyship is in a position to simply just ignore all rules of evidence, my lady. And with all due respect,
I hear that, if I may, how do we have a trial within a trial where we don't have an accused in the proceedings? We have got witnesses here. And secondly, just respond to what Ms. Hassim has indicated. Were these documents not part and parcel of the record that is before court?
my lady, I agree that the documents were initially presented as part of the evidence and in the inquest proceedings, but now those documents and the content thereof is being utilized to reflect adversely on the credence of the witness, Dr. Manamela. And notwithstanding the fact, my lady, that my learned friend Mr. Light may be of the opinion that a causal nexus has not been presented at this stage implicating any of the witnesses per se. I would respectfully submit Mr. Udez's cross-examination cannot be preempted. It's within his ambit of the manner in which he's proceeding to present and his client's case in the manner he deems meet and the most proper, taking into consideration all the evidence that has been presented in this matter, sorry, my lady. But the fact remains, in terms of Section 16 of the Inquest Act, my lady, 58 of 1959 as amended, your ladyship is called upon to determine, has the conduct of any person contributed in any manner to the death of any of the deceased whose situations are being investigated by this Honourable Inquest Court, my lady. And I think we must not lose sight of the fact that it's tried in criminal law that you must take your victim as you get him and you find him. And that could result in liability being founded due to a commitio per omissionem, also, my lady. So, and I stand to be corrected if I'm mistaken in the conclusion I've drawn from the cross-examination that the credibility and credence of Dr. Manamela is being questioned. And I would submit respectfully, specifically, to prevent any adverse inferences at a later stage being drawn against the client of my learned friend, Mr. Udez, the previous MEC, Ms. Maslangu. And so therefore it's not just simply a matter of there must be an accused before there can be a trial within a trial. Now we're having a situation which can have criminal results at the end of the day. Maybe, maybe not. But the witness is saying, I deny the credibility and the admissibility of this statement because she's only been questioned now, my lady. These statements have only now been put to the witness, Dr. Manamela, at no earlier stage when they were presented, because she's a subsequent witness that was called to testify and with regard to these statements, my lady. And therefore, my submission is a ruling cannot be stood over until the end of the proceedings to determine the admissibility of these statements or the evidence to be elicited from these statements. And my lady, it's the same as in any criminal matter. A trial within a trial is conducted. It is separate from the merits at this stage, but purely to determine the admissibility of the statements in question. If your ladyship should find...
or documents.
Pardon, my lady?
Are we not talking about these three, the two documents that she's disputing?
Sorry, that's correct. Sorry, my mistake. I apologize. My lady, I mean the documents that are in question at the moment. I would submit. And once the court has made a ruling on the admissibility of those documents, my lady, of which one appears to have been signed by Dr. Manamela and another not, and which has been now disputed. Those issues are that's become an issue in dispute now, my lady. And on that basis, my lady, I would submit a trial within a trial to determine the admissibility of these documents can be conducted. And once there's a finding that those documents are admissible, it would also reflect on admissibility of all cross-examination with regard to those documents. If it's found to be inadmissible, the result's going to be that cross-examination cannot be conducted on a document of which the court has concluded to be inadmissible, my lady. So therefore, my lady, I would nonetheless, as I've indicated to your ladyship, I presume one would have expected the representatives of Dr. Manamela to raise this issue or proceed with the issue. But if it's not done, my lady, I leave it in the hands of your ladyship, my lady. I do not want to create a situation where we can denigrate into proceedings that could result, maybe, I'm not saying it will be, my lady, as an irregularity, my lady. That's on that basis I've presented this to your ladyship. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. I've noted Mr. Van Bergen. Mr. Late, I don't know if I can allow Mr. Van Bergen to go before you.
Welcome, my lady.
All right, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. I must apologize for being late to this particular dance, but there is something that I think should be addressed, arising from both Mr. Late's submissions and those of Mr. Pienaar. I have considerable sympathy for Mr. Pienaar's approach. One must always, of course, ensure that all the necessary legalities are honoured. But I support Mr. Late that the documentation that is now under discussion has already been admitted. It forms part of the record, and as such, I do not believe that there is any problem with them having admitted as specific exhibits and being used in cross-examination. As far as Mr. Late's submissions are concerned about that the cross-examination is not related, or largely not related, to the issue that your ladyship has to determine, and more specifically causality. I have had concerns about certain of not only the cross-examination, but also the evidence in chief that I submit may not, strictly speaking, have been irrelevant. But as far as these particular exhibits are concerned, exhibits KK5 and KK6, my lady, I submit that, and I stand to be corrected, the cross-examination which was reached where we now stand emanated from the cross-examination on the presentation that Dr. Manamela had made about options to deal with the mental health care users and saving costs. And it was clear from her conclusion, which Mr. Hoders dealt with in detail, that the option that was presented was contingent upon certain factors being met. which factors were in fact not met. And Mr. Hoders then correctly, I submit, inquired whether Dr. Manamela had gone back to the MEC or the department to inform them that those contingencies had not realized, and hence that the option that had been presented was no longer feasible. So I submit, my lady, that in the greater scheme of causality, that is entirely appropriate to investigate and to explore. And that took Mr. Hoders to KK3, where there was a table, if I can just lay my hands on the document. The table on page 37714, table 4, identified risk and plans to mitigate, amongst which a threat was identified, namely that the users may relapse and be readmitted into the limited beds and cause overcrowding and overwork, and that renovation may be delayed. And that, in the context of what we know happened in this matter, is a very relevant concern that was identified prior to the project being embarked on. And Mr. Hoders then, correctly, I submit, inquired why that table had been left out of the final report. My lady, all of that, I submit, falls under the heading of exploring causation. And I submit as such that the cross-examination along those lines was entirely reasonable and should be allowed. And that led us to the second final report being unearthed, if I may call it that, KK6. And that gave rise now to an issue of whether that is, in fact, a final report that can be attributed to Dr. Manamela or not. My lady, and all of that, I submit, is relevant. And I would accordingly submit that even though I agree that the evidence that has been presented could have been curtailed, I submit that what led us to where we stand now with regard to the documents that I refer to does form part of the causation question and hence should be allowed. As you lady so pleases.
Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. First, as regards the argument by Mr. Pienaar, I submit his slip of the tongue in referring to statements instead of documents is indicative of the fallibility of his argument. When you work with documents, you work with relevance and you work with authenticity. The voluntariness of the drafting of those documents is not in dispute here. All that is in dispute is authenticity. Now, how on earth, in terms of what law, do we proceed to a trial within a trial to determine authenticity of a document? In my 35 years in this job, I've never heard that you do a trial within the trial to prove authenticity of a document. You can just use the example of fraud. If there are fraudulent documents, you lead evidence in your main trial regarding the authenticity of documents. There's no trial within the trial. Regarding the free rein that he submits must be given to everybody who examine witnesses in this regard. Mr. Pienaar is so concentrated on the rules of evidence. Now, it's well known that the primary rule of evidence is relevance. If evidence is not relevant, it's inadmissible. and I hear what Mrs. Sim says. But in fact, all the evidence that this court has heard shows that many of the deceased, we don't know what their cause of death were. Many of the deceased have natural causes of death. And if Mr. Sim says this is relevant in terms of the South African law, not by the notion of a single person, it must be in terms of our law. If there's any law that can show or that can indicate to me that when an action of a person is so far removed from the death and you haven't not got the cause of death, I would like to see the case law that says that that person's action is so far removed from the death and you can't even prove the death that you can find that that person is responsible for the death. If there's any case on this regard, I'd really like to see it. I know there's this Lee case, Lee versus the Minister of Correctional Services, but that's a civil matter, and that was the proof. The burden of proof is totally different than in a criminal trial. Furthermore, what Mr.
Van Bergen.
No, Mr. Pienaar. Sorry, no. Just one thing. I beg your pardon, Malay. I just want to look at my notes here.
There was also Mr. Martin.
Yes, I agree with Mr. Martin as regards to the relevance and regarding causation in this matter. Malay, no, that's my address. I think we should. This matter is being worn out by a lot of cross-examination, which will not assist this court in the end in coming to a decision. And that's my address. And if anybody can show I'm wrong, I'll keep quiet.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I take it that I just want to check if the legal team of Dr. Manamela would want to say anything before I go to Mr. Hodes. But I haven't seen any hand. So it's not like...
I think we are covered. We don't want to add.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hodes?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I disagree with Mr. Pienaar. I do not believe that there's a basis for a trial within a trial in these proceedings. And my lady, I have regard to the act in that regard and quote to you, most significantly, Section 8 of the Inquest Act, which says as follows. Witnesses and evidence at inquests, the judicial officer is to hold or holds an inquest may, of his own accord or at the request of any person who has a substantial and peculiar interest in the issue of the inquest, cause to be subpoenaed any person to give evidence or to produce any document or thing at the inquest, provided that the said judicial officer shall, if so requested by the Attorney General, within whose area of jurisdiction the inquest is to be held, or is being held, cause persons or any particular person to be subpoenaed to give oral evidence in general or in respect of any particular matter at the inquest. So your ladyship has a very wide discretion. This is also borne out, my lady, by Section 13 of the Act, which deals with the admissibility of declarations and interrogations. And there, in essence, your ladyship can decide whom your ladyship wants to call, and your ladyship can even allow statements and interrogatories to form part of the record without calling the people to testify. So it's entirely within your ladyship's discretion. So your ladyship has a discretion, and I don't believe that it's fettered by any requirement to have a trial within a trial. Once something is shown to be relevant and applicable to the matter, Your Ladyship has the discretion to admit it or not. And as has been said by several of my learned friends before me, it's different.
Can I ask who signed that? I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't know whether somebody forgot to lower his. Hello?
It's Advocate Asim, my lady. It's Advocate Asim.
Okay. Did you? Okay. Do you want to say something, Ms. Asim?
I do, my lady, but I'll wait for my learned senior to finish.
Well, then it means you will have to come back again. That is why I allowed everybody to address the court. Maybe I forgot to give you the chance before I gave him the chance, or should I just leave him to finish? Then he will come again in case there is something that he wants to respond to reply to.
Thank you, my lady.
Ms. Asim?
I
Okay,
mean,
that's fine. I'm going to
lady,
give
I won't be long, but I think my learned friend should finish his thoughts and then respond if he.
All right, that's what. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, my
Yes.
lady. My lady, in relation to Mr. Light, I agree with him in that regard that there's no basis for a trial within a trial. I do, however, take issue with him where on the second leg of his argument concerning the relevance of the cross-examination, it's apparent from the address of Ms. Hessam, Mr. Martin, and Mr. van Bergen, who all agree and have already put forward my case that this is relevant to the issue. I laid the basis before I began. The basis was also laid in the opening address at the beginning of these proceedings, and I haven't strayed from that. In essence, if we look at this particular document that we're dealing with, and I can substantiate the cross-examination, if this information was not conveyed to my client, was hidden from her, then she cannot be held liable in a court of law later on. So I have to, with respect, deal with these issues. So at the end of the day, I agree with most of my learned friends, and I firmly believe that your ladyship has a very, very large discretion in this matter, and that there's no need for trial within a trial, and I submit that this cross-examination is directly relevant to the issues raised. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much, Ms. Asim.
Thank you, my lady. I just wish to make 2 points in response to Mr. Late's input. And the first is the issue of natural versus non-natural death. I'm not sure what we are doing here, if it's already a fact that these are natural deaths, as Mr. Late suggests. And in this regard, my lady, I'd like to refer the court to Section 5, subsection 2 of the Inquest Act, which is sort of obvious. The reason that we are here is if it appears that a death that has occurred was not due to natural causes. That is why we're in the inquest, to investigate that. So it's not correct, with respect, for my learned friend to say that these were just natural deaths. The second is that my learned friend was making legal argument in the course of his input about legal causation and what case law may or may not be relevant. And I will have a response to that fully when it comes time for legal argument. But for now, I stand by what I have said regarding the circumstances of the case and the decisions and what was known at what point in time being relevant to cause of death. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Late, I want to close the matter. Do you want to respond to this?
Only 1 point, my lady. The legal argument was merely targeted at relevance and admissibility. A legal argument is allowed when admissibility is an issue before the court can proceed. But I leave it in the hands of the court. I believe Mr. Houdis can proceed.
Okay. The court will have to make a ruling before. I think Mr. Modest, do you want to reply to what Ms. Hasim has just submitted?
No, my lady, I'm in agreement with her.
Okay. Court rules that there is no need for a trial within a trial because these are documents that were already part of the record. And even then, what is the issue that, what is it dispute? It's the issue that relates to documents, not a statement. And with regard to the second issue that relates to the cross-examination of Mr. Godes, court finds that for the purpose of these proceedings, the issues are relevant. Thank you.
Yes, the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please your ladyship.
The witness can be called and then we can proceed.
Mr. Makan is doing that, my lady.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sibera.
My lady, can I address something while you're still waiting for the witness?
Yes.
Yesterday, when we adjourned for the day, it was after 4.
Yes.
And I had troubles with my transport because the person that picks me up at 3:30. So
Okay.
I had just to run helter-skelter yesterday, and I request that today at least the court considers my plight.
So you want the court to break at 3:30?
I would appreciate that.
4 o'clock, it's you are going to have problems because
Yes.
we.
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Yes, I think that is where we find ourselves. I think we now secured an interpreter, one interpreter to assist us. Perhaps we should also help him if he has to help us.
My lady, may I bend backwards and say, I'll make other means. Can you at least make it, if we do not make it 3:30, we make it 4:45?
Okay, that's fine. I think that we can do. Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much.
My lady, I support the interpreter in that regard. He's really done a sterling job in very, very trying
Yes, even then, yes, although he started late in the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just bear with me. Yes, you can then proceed. Perhaps the witness can take a proper position. Yes, the witness is warned that she's still under oath.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, my lady.
Doctor.
Yes, Mr. Wodes.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, as the first reason for disowning the document in question, you said that it's typed on a different font. Do you remember that?
Wa gopola re lebaka la mathomo la re bjale wena o ska te kamanya le o ska ikamanya le letlakala le o re la mathomo font ya gona e fapane le e nngwe e ka ba go bjalo. That is correct.
I want to put to you, doctor, we've analyzed and you can see with the natural eye, with the naked eye, I beg your pardon, it's exactly the same font. There's no difference in font. Do you have any comment?
O re aowa o nyaka go botša gore matlakala ba lebeletše botse ge ba lebelela ba hwetša gore aowa ga gona bothata ka font ya gona e dio ba font e teng o reng mo
bona ba bona le font e teng gona o ra re ke spacing sa gona se se teng go ka e lebelela.
If counsel upon inspection realize that it is the same font, but I'm saying that the spacing is not the same if you took a clear look at it.
I'll leave it for argument. The only difference, doctor, is the size. One is in 11, the other one's in size 12, but they're exactly the same font and it's called Arial, just for the record. The font is called Arial, my lady, and the size differs. That's all, 11 as opposed to 12. But it is exactly the same font.
Ordinary ntwa go fapana fela ke size ya go ya nngwe ke size 11 ga e nngwe e le 12.
Now, we were at the table at page 37714. I'm going to ask my attorney to put it up on the screen, and I'm going to try to limit the issues that we deal with on this page. You've had several opportunities to read it now. It's table 4 that was taken out of the document that you disown, but does appear in the document that you own or that you accept was signed by you.
Table 4 in Chijomo document ngwana ga we ikamanye le gona fela e gona mo document ye nngwe e wena o reng we sign.
And it's directly relevant to these issues because it's under the heading project plan and risks and mitigations thereof. So in other
project plan le di mitigation tsa gona e sepedishana le ditlabakelo ka moka tse dilemo.
In other words, these were envisaged risks that you then took steps to avoid in the implementation of the project. You understand that, Doctor?
Di risk tse di belle gona le la tšea matsapa gore le dire di ske tša diragala ka nako le be le šomana le project le a kwešiša.
Ke a kwešiša e fela nka bolela se.
Although I understand, may I say something?
The risk di gona ko the last report. I never refused those risks.
The risks are contained in the last report, and I never distanced myself from them.
Which is the last report, Dr. Manamela?
Last report
identified?
Ke report ya summary report teo ye ke reng ke ngwadile ke a tseba.
It is the risk summary report, the one that I am owning up to. Those risks are contained in there.
So the first risk was family fear and anxiety. You'll see it there on the screen. And then the threat is detailed in
just before we do that, these documents, which is which, so that we should know.
My lady,
if I can see the pages, the other one I can see is 208. Okay. Yeah, this one is 377, page 37714. This is KK. Is it KK?
KK.
Just a second.
KK3, my lady. The dot
37714.
Yes, my lady.
Remove 37714.
This is KK3. And the other one is
on the right
KK.
Is KK. Yes, my lady. But we're only dealing with
20849.
As your ladyship pleases. But we're only dealing with the left-hand side, my lady, 37714 at this stage.
Okay.
So, Doctor, I want to try to summarize. We don't have to deal with every risk and mitigation. The risks that you identified was family fear and anxiety. The second one was hospital staff cooperation. And the third was life Esidimeni staff poor cooperation. Do you confirm so far, Doctor?
Risk tšedi ngwadileng mo we wa dumela mo go document le mo 37714 KK3 eleng KK3.
Ke a di dumela.
Yes.
Then the fourth one, which is more relevant to your area, well, we can start on the third, I beg your pardon. The life Esidimeni staff poor cooperation. You'll see the threat was that they feared losing their jobs and for promotion.
Life Esidimeni staff sa gona ba sa shumishane le lena ka lebaka la gore o ba shumishana le lena ka tsela e seng maswanedi ka lebaka la gore bana ba tshogala gore ba tla fellwa ke mebereko.
You agree so far?
Wa dumela.
Ke a dumela mara ke gopole gore le bea gabotse.
I agree, but I do not think that it has been properly put into perspective.
I'm quoting from your report, so I don't need to.
report ya gago ke eng wa dilo kwena
aowa ke nyaka o tlhalosa ka mokgwa le bjang ka ona o re risk ke
no, I
something
want to explain the manner in which council is putting it as risk. That is what I want to expatiate on.
Please proceed.
a se re e ngwadilwe e le risk e ra gore batho ba uwe ba gana for example
It does not mean that when it is written as risk, it means that those people are refusing at all.
e ra gore rena re itlhokomele gore dilo tše di so di ka no ba gona.
It simply says that we must be on the alert that such conduct can arise.
Doctor, this is a report after the project had been implemented.
Report project is implemented again.
So it ought to contain what was perceived as a risk, what danger it posed, and what was done to cure that possible risk. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, le swantse e bontšhe mathata ba le gona danger e be le gona le gore ge e le gore le be le tlo lokiša mathata ba le gona a lokišitšwe bjang e ka ba go bjalo
ke ka mokgwa o e fela ge re e lebeletše
it is in that way, but when we look at it,
ga ke tšee yona ye ba e bolelang ya life Esidimeni staff poor cooperation.
let me just extrapolate this one, life Esidimeni staff poor cooperation.
Rena ge re tseba gore risk ke eng re ba le mokgwa or plan ya gore re kate against that risk gore e dirwe.
Now, when we know or we are aware that there would be a particular risk, it gives us an opportunity to keep guard against such a risk and ameliorate it.
100%. I've got no issue with it.
Okay, that is why more mitigation, the HR has been included. So
that is why on the mitigation. That is why on the mitigation.
Okay, just a second, let her finish what she wanted to say.
Village.
Bekere, ke ka mokgwa he risk ya so re e direile mara gore re thibele re rile HR e tsene e kgone o thuša gore fie yela e se ke ya tšwelela pele.
It did not mean that the risk did take place. That's why on mitigation, we are saying that HR must step in to see to it that such a risk does not occur.
No, I understand you fully, Doctor. In other words, you engaged HR with the view to avoiding any potential risk in this regard and to alleviate any risk that might have occurred during the project. Do you agree with me?
Or lena le boletse le HR e tsenelele or ge o ka ba le sengwe se sa sepeleng botse e kgone gore e šomane le sona pele se ka tswelela le go tswelela go bjalo ake that is correct and that is how it happened.
Thank you, Doctor. Now if you'll please look at the next one. You've called it instigation of NGOs, fear of the unknown. What did you mean with the word instigation?
Oh, instigation. At the NGO. Logo chogase mutwasa setsebego. A re do bolela ka letšulego instigation.
Ke ka mo ke rileng.
Dr. Manamela, just check your record, please.
A o kwa ga le ga botse go dule botse.
Okay, instigation ke gore motho a ka re a nyaka o dira se se itseng o mongwe a tla mo thušetša nka e bea jwale.
When I mentioned maganyana when I mentioned the word instigation, it meant that it could be so that a person wants to do something or to perform certain duties, and another one would come and derail them or intimidate them from doing what they had intended.
Okay. So it was to initiate or start something, is that correct?
Ebele o leka o thoma moshomo bo swantse o dirwe.
It can over 2 ways. O mongwe wa o thoma, for example, mo re rile instigation.
Yeah.
Really instigation ya di NGOs. Gora gore.
Now, it could be 2 ways. It could commence like when, for starters, we said instigation of NGOs, which would mean that
the NGO ja kgale
the old
just sa rata go amoela balwetši.
The old NGOs could be intimidated and end up refusing, not wanting to accept patients.
Mola ile gore ja di swa le jona di ka ba le letšhole ke tla re keng fear of unknown.
Whereas the new ones could have what I would call fear of the unknown.
Or le bona ba tshušetšwa gore ba seke ba bona di NGO tše di swa di ka no tshušetšwa gore di seke tša tšwela pele le go berekišana le department le ge di be di rata.
Even these new NGOs could be intimidated that they not work hand in hand with the department, even if they wished to do so.
And that's why you identified under threat. You'll see it there. It's on the screen. NGO ready to accept users might be under pressure by influence of the anxious parties such as family, some NGO including departmental and life Esidimeni employees so that the project fail. That's what you saw as the threat, that they would be under pressure from the interested or anxious family members, some NGOs, departmental and life Esidimeni employees. Is that correct?
Ke ka mokgo le bone ka gona ka mokgo le ngwadileng ka gona ba ka fase ga kgatelelo go tswa go ba bang ba di family le ge o tswela pele go ya ka mokgo e ngwadileng ka gona mo.
Go bjalo.
Correct.
Now, I want to put you the way to cure the fear of the patients and the family members in this regard would be to ensure that the new NGOs and the old NGOs were compliant. In other words, that they qualified for their licenses. Do you agree with me?
Bjale o nyaka go botša ore tsela ya gore bjale ya maleba ya gore le di ore di NGOs di šome botse ebile ba di patient ga mmogo le family tša bona di kgotsofale e be ile go kgontišiša gore lena le swantse le kgontišiše gore di NGOs tša kgale le tše ntshwa di bereka ka tsela ya maleba go ya ka di license tše ba ba file go tšona.
A ke ganane le yona e fela o na le tše dingwe tše ke tsela ke di listileng mola le yona yona.
I do not disagree with that, but there are also other factors that I have listed on this document. But this aspect also, yes, it is also equally incorporated that way.
Well, if it, as you say now, is equally incorporated, why isn't it in your list of mitigation?
Bjale ge o re ka mokgwa e ngwadileng ka gona o dumelana le yona ke e nngwe ya tšona nka no sa e ngwala mola mo ngwadileng tše dingwe dintlha tša gona.
le tla gopola gore tše dintšhi tše dingwe dilo di be di dirwa ko districting.
You will remember that
Iseng-
some of these responsibilities, many of them were carried out at the district. And the district,
district ge re lokela rena re swantse re lokele dilo tše di leng within our control re a tseba
considering the district, when we put in what we're supposed to be putting in, we only lay out what is only under our control.
and if we shapile re rile re tla supporta di new NGO le ge ba di license in time e gona ke 0.4 0.3 go mitigation.
0.3.
The same instigation of NGO kamoga mitigation.
On mitigation on 0.3, you can look at that, Council. It is there. We also promise that we will give support to the new NGOs.
I read it totally differently, Doctor, and we'll go through it. The first point you have there is continuous engagement and support of the willing NGOs. Nothing about them being compliant. Do you agree with me?
Compliant Council may proceed, and I believe that as Council proceeds, you will come across this point that I have mentioned.
The second point is increase of the tariffs and urgent license for new bed. That's a parallel opposite to compliance. In other words, give them more money and make sure they get their licenses quickly, not that they are compliant. Do you agree with me?
Le ge le wona ga ba sepedišane le mediro santseng ba e dire gore wa hwetše di-license tša bona.
Council, my lady.
My lady, I do not agree with Council.
The third one, Doctor. The third one, support the new NGO and license in time. It's a repetition of the two previous ones. Do you agree with me?
Ya support e sepedišana le ntlha tše pedi tše go letšwa ka tšona ge o e bala mo a ke e bone botse nnamo. I do not agree.
And then the final one is support and reassure the family, NGOs, department, and LE employees, which is basically, as I read it, to tell them this system works, stay in the system. It's got nothing whatsoever to do with compliance or being compliant with any requirements for a license.
Gone selo se se sepedišanang le go comply le license ya go supporta fela le go netefaletša bašomi le di-family le di-patient awa tšohle di sepela ka thalelo.
Ke tla re stile ke ganana le yona fela nka tlaleletša.
I disagree with that, but can I also add on that, Council?
Please, please, Doctor.
Tlaleletša.
Ge re ngwadile mo ke summary ya ntho re nyakang go e bona mara re a tseba gore go na le.
Now, what we wrote here, it was the summary of what we wanted to achieve, but we knew that there are, or there would be,
procedures and processes,
or there are procedures and processes
go di districting gore o netefatša gore di license di gabotse
at the districts in order to ascertain that the licenses are in order.
So put bluntly, Doctor, here you envisage the quick release or authorization of licenses, but when it came to compliance, that had to be done on a departmental basis. Is that correct?
Ore ge go tla go compliance e tla dirwa go ya ka melao ya department ka mantswe a mang go authorize le go ntshiwa ka pele ga di-license.
E no ba gore bo council ba ikwešiša ka tsela ya bona mara ka mokgwa e leng ka ona e ra gore as soon as district e re kgopela gore
Now, the thing is that council understands it in his own way, but what it means that as soon as the district requests us
the license rena re se ke ra tšea nako re sa
for the
di-
licenses, when they request us for the licenses, we should not delay.
The next one, Doctor, which is more relevant to my client, is delays on renovation, both psychiatric hospitals. And it says, and delays on renovation of unused government building by the NGO. So perhaps we can do the two together to save some time. So it's delays for renovation of psychiatric hospitals and government buildings by the NGOs. Do you understand that the same way?
The government buildings ga mmogo le di psychiatric hospital e bolela ka delay ya di renovations tša gona. Point e latelago. I understand.
The first threat that you put there, and this is with the benefit of even hindsight, once you had already completed the project, you say, tender process delays did, in capital letters, delayed support, lack of funds. So in other words, you make it clear that it wasn't just a threat, this is something that actually materialized, this delay in the renovation of these premises. Do you agree with me?
Go be go na le delay mo renovate-weng ga mafelo a uwe ka lebaka la re bolela ka tender o ga bana le go ditelega ga di-tender le go sa be gona ga mašeleng, lack of funds.
mo statement a se re go na le
Dr.
delay.
Manamela, please. I don't
Dula
know,
botse.
but it's fine. Continue.
Tswela pele.
My lady, I think there's a, before she proceed, I think there's a second device in
Yes,
she's using it for case lines. If she can move out of Teams on the other device, her laptop.
Thank you, Mr. Sibara. Because it's on the screen, I agree with you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a second, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My apologies to interrupt. I just want to make sure that there isn't a misunderstanding. If I understood my colleague, Mr. Hodes's question, he read the threat as tender process delays did delay support with did in capital letters. I'm not sure if that is a correct Department of Infrastructure Development.
Correct. Yes.
Just
No, thank you. My mistake. Thank you, Mr. Van Bruggen. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
As the court pleases.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen. Let me just correct that. You have the tender process delays, and then it's Department of Infrastructure and Development delayed support. So it still amounts to the same thing at the end of the day, but I had phrased it incorrectly. So in fact, what you're saying here is that there were anticipated delays that did materialize. Do you agree with me, Doctor?
Le ge go le bjalo ba fetša go hlatholla DID re bolela goreng le gore go bene go na le go ditelega fela e sa feleletša ka mokgwa ba e beile ka gona mafelelong gore lena le be le lebeletše gore go tla ba le go ditelega.
E fela a se go bile go ditelea ka tsela yeo rena be re tšhoa yona go ditelea mara
we feared that
ba jwale
there would be delays, but it was not so.
The next item we have.
Because
dipetlele tše di beng di identifiilwe di ile tša lokišwa ka nako.
Because the hospitals that were identified were renovated in time.
So what you're saying is that this is what was anticipated, but there were no delays that materialized because the hospitals were renovated timelessly. Is that correct?
Ke seo se bolela hore lona le be le tšhogile hore go ka bona le go ditelega fela sa nka go a direga dipetlele tšele tše lebeletše le ile tše lebe swantše di lokišwe ka nako. Ke seo se bolelago.
Ke se ke se bolelang ka ba
That is what I'm saying. But in addition,
ka ba ka re for dipetlele a se o be le bothata.
I further said that for the hospitals, there were no problems.
Le ko di NGO tše be re lebeletše gore ba tla re renovatela tšona.
Even in respect of the NGOs that we had looked forward that there would be some renovations taking place at them.
A no re botša gore di ka se lokišeye.
They said that those NGOs would not come to a point of being renovated.
Before we go there, Doctor, you've got your lack of funds. Was there a lack of funds, or was this just a fear that also did not materialize?
O bolela ka lack of funds go sabe gona ga masheleng. Ai ka be go le o be go le gona go be le be di tlo tshoga gore masheleng a ka se be gona.
Rena jwale ka mental health a ke re a re manage masheleng.
We as mental health, it needs to be taken into account that we do not manage finances.
Bjale re be re bona jwale ka risk gore ge re ka re nyaka seo gore ba thushe sepetlele or eng ba re ago.
Yeah, ba re ago masheleng.
Re be re bona gore ke risk ya gore
However, we foresaw that there might be a risk of funds. Like, for instance, if we were to ask that there be renovations at the hospital, what if they say that there are no funds?
Ke yona gore re bone gore le yona e ka ba challenge re lokele mo.
That is why we incorporated this aspect.
Doctor,
foreseeing that it might be a challenge.
Yes, I asked you the question. I know it's incorporated. I read it to you. My question is, did it materialize or not?
Se diragetse se o sa re go be o ska ba le masheleng go ba aua.
A ke gone gore nka ya raba
I am unable to can answer this one because
masheleng a be a le ko budget section finance.
Because the issue of the funds were under the auspices of finance, under the budget.
If you look at the mitigation that you've put there,
level of mitigation.
You put specific support by the Department of Infrastructure and the DRD is sourced. From that, it's
support ka ke ba DID.
From that, I infer, and I want you to clarify, that you looked for support from the department and the DRD, and they gave it to you because it was sourced and it seemed to have resolved the problem. Do you have any comment?
Lile la nyaka support go DID le department ibile ba ile ba le thusha mathata ba le gona a loka. E ka ba go bjang?
For DID ka gore ba renovate le dipetlele tša rena tše tharo ba ile ba re thusha.
Yes, for DID, because they renovated 3 of our hospitals. They did render assistance to us.
As I understand your answer now, the perceived risk never materialized because the funds were provided on the basis of the support that you received from these departments. Is that correct?
Yale risky lebele ja sanka dira ka lebaka la masheleng a lebele a lebele go tswa go department le ya hwedije. Correct.
Nka rialo.
I would say so. I would say that's correct.
Ibe ile engwe re beng re swanetse re cut against it or kire. Ye ngwe re be re ka se tloshe megopolong ya rena.
Yes, this risk is one of the risks that we were not supposed to overlook.
Then in relation to the unused government buildings used by the NGOs that were renovated, the threat that you identified was renovation delays will lead to adjudication, hence license issue delays. What did you mean by that, Doctor?
The building JD with this rekishwi ibile gape di sa renovatiwa. Wa mo pointing e a bolelang ka ona o bolela ge o tlhalosha go ba o e hlatholla o reng botsebotse.
Gabotse e re a ke re ile ra tseba gore di NGO tše dingwe di ka no se be le dintlo or di building.
We knew that some of the NGOs may not have accommodation or buildings.
And ora go le ge ba rata o amoela balwetši.
No. Even to mention ki ake tsena ka sasa. Yeah. So we ka ke doc. Mo phone e ke Samsung.
Please mute yourself, Miss Seboko. Please alert her.
Thank you.
Ke be ke re di NGO di petlele tše re be re ka di lokisha gomme ra di šomiša.
I was saying that some of these hospitals, we could have renovated them and make use of them.
As NGOs. Re di šomiše jwale ka di NGO seng dipetlele.
As NGOs would make use of them as NGOs and not as hospitals.
Ge nako ya go di renovate e ka se be gona.
If there would be then no time to renovate them,
re ka se kgone go di checka. Gomme ra tla ra di fa license.
We would not be able to inspect them so that we then can be able to allocate or authorize licenses for them.
Now, you've participated in these proceedings for the past more than a year, and you've heard how a license for one entity was used at other premises. Is that what was envisaged here or not?
License be šomišetšwa mafelo a mang. A ke go sekole sewe. E ka ba go bjalo go bao.
O se kwa ke se kwile mara sewe re be re sa se naganela a ra se planela gore.
I heard about that, but such an act, we did not think that it will occur, and we did not anticipate such.
And then you'll see that the mitigation, the solution to the problem here is assigning manager to run with the renovation. So did your team, the project team, assign managers to monitor or run these renovations?
Wana mo at mitigation o sign manager ke yona be swantse e kitimele di project go ba e di monitor gore mešomo e dirwa ka tsela ya maleba.
Go bile jwalo ka gore project teaming ya rena go be go na le.
Yes, that's how it became about, because in our project team, there were
DDG infrastructure
DDG infrastructure
le di director tša gagwe.
and his or her directors.
Ke bona ba go bereka ka boima go renovate dipetlele.
They are the ones that worked tirelessly to renovate hospitals.
Ke bona ba go re botša gore tšeo re be re gopola go di dira di-NGO di ka se sa kgona go lokišea.
They are the ones who further advised us that those that we wanted to convert into NGOs, it is not going to be possible to do so or to renovate them accordingly.
And that's borne out by the next point, the continuous monitoring of the NGO renovations. In other words, the team, the project team, was aware of the stage at which each NGO was in their renovations, and you were kept abreast of this. Is that correct?
Project team e nngwe le nngwe be tseba ka se se be se diragala maphelo di renovations ebile lona ne le tsebishwa ka seo se se beng se diragala go bjalo.
Re be re tsebishwa le bona ba infrastructure ba presentile ko meeting wa go.
Yes, we were kept abreast. Even the people from infrastructure, they did give a presentation in a meeting.
Obo o laola ke MEC goba HOD ge ba seo e le project manager.
The meeting, which was headed by the MEC or the HOD, and if these two were not there, then the project manager would then steer that meeting.
Now, my question arising from this, Doctor, is did you actually experience any delays in the renovation of unused government buildings for NGOs, or was it just something that was perceived and never materialized?
The building tša mmušo tše di be di sa šomišwe. What is the last part, Councillor?
Was it something that you envisaged but it never ever materialized?
Goba e be le selo se se lebeletšego se tla diragala fela a sanka sa diragala.
A ke tsebe gore ka ba ke mesitše mara ge ba ke kwa ke ba kwele gabotse ke nagana gore le tla nkaeta o ka re a ka ba kwa gabotse gore.
It looks like I did not understand this question very well, but if I'm off the mark, Council will guide me.
Ile ya lukishwa ya renovatiwa gore e tle šomiše ke NGOs.
Emaganya. Kalinen was renovated so that it could be used by an NGO.
Kalafong Hospital ba re botša gore e ka se sa kgonega go renovatiwa e very old.
But Kalafong Hospital, they told us that it is not in a state of being renovated, seeing that it was very old.
It doesn't. Can I just try summarize the questions that you can deal with it? My question to you was.
Just before you do that, I'm going to ask you to break the question. Don't make it too long so that the interpreter can be able to convey the message properly.
Okay, my lady. I'm going to rephrase the question, Mr. Interpreter.
Yes.
It is, did the envisaged delays in the renovation of unused government buildings materialize or not?
The last part?
Did the envisaged delays in the renovation of unused government buildings materialize or not? Did it happen or not?
E diragetše goba a diragala le ile la bana la lebelela gore go tla bana le go ditelega mabapi le go renovata ga di-building tša mmušo na?
Nkare a se direhi ka ba ka re direile ka gore
I would say it materialized, and in the same vein, it did not. And I'll tell you why.
ka gore ko Cullinan ba renovatile for mepete 100.
Because in Cullinan, they renovated 100 beds.
Ko Kalafong ba re ba ka se kgone go e renovata, so ke
And at Kalafong, they said they cannot, or they will not be able to renovate them. So
site ka thoko tše dingwe o kgoneile ka thoko tše dingwe wa se kgone.
what happened is that on the other end, it happened, and on the other, it did not.
I want to put it to you that even if any of these problems did materialize, you never ever approached my client, the former MEC, Mr. Kutwani Dorothy Mahlangu, to say there's a delay, there's a problem, I need assistance. Do you agree with me?
O ja ka go botsa gore le ge ile gore go ile go bana le mathata ile nga direga wena sa nka wa ya go reporta go MEC ola wa Maloba o mmotsa re wa go ne mathata go ba go ne go ditelega go ne di delay sa nka wena wa ya go reporta go ge ka Tane Mahlang.
Ke ganana le taba eo.
I deny that.
Ka gore
If you deny it, can you tell me where, when, and how you ever approached her with the problem?
Ele ning kai mo wena o ileng wa ya ge lo ga go ganana le yona e be le ning le kai mo ileng wa ya go MEC wa mmotsa re ke na le mathata.
nka se yeo MEC ka re ke na le mathata. MEC bja tshera meeting, mathata a tlišwa mo meeting o yena a o tšerang.
I would not go to the MEC and say to her that I have problems, because she is the one that is chairing these meetings. And in those meetings, that is where these troubles or these problems are tabled.
Edi seno bolelwa o be a ifa direction gore go dirwe eng.
Now, after these problems have been tabled in those meetings, she would then give direction as to what must happen.
Ge a be a nyaka ke tla reng report ya special ka morago ga meeting.
When she needed a special report after the meeting,
HOD o be a reporta go yena e seng nna.
in respect of a special report, the HOD would be the one that reports to the MEC and not myself.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the last one here. Negative media publicity was the anticipated risk, and the threat was that there'd be anxious and unstruck malinformed parties and family, including some politicians. Is that correct?
E we ya mafelelo e we ya o re le tla bona ka leihlo la go se khotsofatse ke ba media se ile se tla tswelela go go wa meloko ga mmogo le ba bang ba bo ra dipolitiki e ka ba ke yona ntlha ya gona eo. Yes.
And then as mitigation, what you have here to cure those problems was issue out press release. Do you confirm that?
O re bjale le šoma-šomane le mathata a tshwanang le bue ke gore le ntšhe le dire di-statement mo go media goba le dire di-press statement.
Ke nnete.
Correct.
Second one was clearly inform the public of the plan. Do you confirm that?
Le go tsebisha setšhaba botse ka plan ya lena.
Go bjalo.
Correct.
The third is avoid concealing info unless there are some threat. Is that correct?
Le gore le ske la khutiša tše ding tša dintlha tše di bohlokwa ka ntle le gore go dira bjalo go tla be go baka mathata a mang.
Go bjalo.
Correct.
And then the fourth one is develop and implement project plan and allows inputs.
Le gore le develop plan, project plan, ebile le dumelele gore batho ba nyakang go fahlela ba dire bjalo.
Go bjalo.
Correct.
Now, did this materialize? Was there negative media publicity, and did you have to deal with it in these manners?
E ka ba se se diragetše, e ka ba go ile ga bana le polelo tša go se kgatliše mo go media la šomašomana le tšona.
Go bjalo nka tlhalosa.
Yes, the way. Can I enlarge on that?
Please.
The former MEC o ntšhitše media release statement.
The former MEC released a media or press statement.
Department le yona e be e na le communication section.
The department also had a communication section.
Mo go ile wa dumelela gore ba ka bona ke bona le MEC fela.
Where it was agreed that it is only themselves and the MEC
Ba ba ka yang go medieng ba fa development ya di plan tša rena.
that were allowed to go to the media and lay out the development of our plan.
Ene ba be ba tlisha report ge re tla be re le meeting.
And they would bring a report when we shall have converged in a meeting.
Now, what did you mean by the phrase you avoid concealing info unless there are some threats?
O ba bolela gore mo ka go khutiša information ka ntle le gore go be go ka bana le mapheko.
Ke be ke bolela a se nna ke le one be ke ngwala ke re ntwe e circulated to the project team ka moka.
I'm not the only one that put this report together. It circulated in all the, or circulated guy?
The project team members gore ba add the input
to project team members so that they can add their inputs.
mara ge ke be ke sa kwešiše ka gore be le nna mongwadi wa ntwe be ke ba botšiša.
But where I did not have a grasp of some of the contents of this report, as I was the one that was documenting it, I would then seek clarity.
So nka e tlhalosa gore ya gore re se ra khutiša ditaba tša termination ntle le ge re ka nagana ro ka ba le bothata mohlala nka o fang.
Emanya, what we meant was that we should not conceal any information with regard to termination unless there could be any other risk or challenge. The example that I can give could be as follows.
Like ge ba ka re NGO e patelwa bokae rena re swanetše.
Like when there could be an inquiry as to how much is an NGO paid, then we are supposed to
say o nyakea gore NGO yewe e re fe go ahead re divulge ditaba tša yona.
What would be needed is that we then should source or get a go ahead from the NGO before we could divulge such matters about them.
Ino ba ye nngwe ya mohlala o nka o fang ka concealing.
It is just one of the examples that I can give in respect of that aspect of the concealment.
Well, I must tell you, I don't see it your way or read it your way. for the following reasons. I see no risk or threat in revealing how much an NGO is paid with public funds. Do you have any comment?
Ore ga e bone ka tsela e bue ka mokgwa wena o e bonang ka gona. A gone bothata ge NGO go bolelwa re patelwa bokae ka lebaka la gore mašheleng a bue ke mašheleng a setšhaba.
Awa ke ka mokgwa le bonang nna ga ka e bona jwale le batho ba e ba re fa di-comment a ba e bona bjale.
No, my lady, that is how council sees it, but I did not see it that way. Even the people that were giving us their comments, they did not see it the way council sees it.
I'll leave that for argument. You signed this report and you never excluded any sections of the report as not being attributable to you. Do you agree with me?
We signed a report here. Ka moka dilo tše di ngwadilweng mo go yona o bo ikamagantše le tšona. Go bjana?
Ke saenile ka ge ke be ke le ke le director ya mental health ene gape
I signed it because I was the director of mental health. And again,
ke le deputy project manager ge le ka e bona.
And again, I was the deputy project manager.
Ke ka mo project manager le ena sainileng pele e saina ke the former HOD.
That is why the project manager also signed before the HOD could append his or her signature.
And I want to put you that sentence implies that information could be concealed if there was a perceived threat of any kind. Do you have any comments?
Which statement now?
Avoid concealing info unless there are some threats.
Come again, Councillor?
I put to you that statement implies that you could conceal information if there was some perceived threat.
Or re nyaka go botsa re bona mola mo mabapi le go khutiša ga information. Or se le ba se le se bolela botsebotse gore a go ka bana le ntlo ka reng e tla le diela mathata. Information le be le ka ikhutiša.
That's why ke ka baka le go na le nto e re unless.
That is why
unless e cancela o re fitlhe information.
That is why there's a conjunctive word there, unless, which then nullifies any possibility of concealing information, Council.
And I want to put to you that if you look under this whole column of mitigation, there is nothing attributed to the MEC, my client. In other words, nothing, she wasn't required to do anything to cure the perceived risks at the commencement or during the project. Do you have any comment?
Ya le re nyaka go botsa ga o lebella column eo ka moka ya mitigation a gona selo se se bolelang gore se be se tlo nyaka MEC gore a tsenelela a thushe ge e le gore go ne mathata go be go ne di risk o rembo
a o ne se nka se bolelang ka gore ge le ka e bona document e ka moka ga o ne mo reng MEC a direse ga re kgone go allocate MEC mereko mara
I have no comment. I have no comment because if one goes through that document in its entirety, there is nowhere where we are empowered to give or allocate functions to the MEC. But
be tseba gore ge ko meeting for example ba re di press release di tla ntšha ke MEC o be a le gona ka mo wa re a di ntšha ka nnete.
But we knew that in the meetings, when there's an issue of the press release, that would be taken care of by the MEC, and she indeed released them.
And I'm further instructed that the MEC, my client, Ms. Machlangu, was never informed by you or anybody beneath you of any delays that have been experienced in the implementation of this project.
Ebile gape go nyaka go botsa ga gona motho o boditseng MEC go tsenyeletša le wena ore go ne mathata gobe go ne go ditelega mabapi le project ye ka mokae.
I think that question has been answered, if I remember.
Thank you, my lady.
I think that it's a repetition of a previous question.
Thank you, my lady. My last question, because I'm aware of the interpreter's time limits, is the following. I want to put to you, Doctor, that this actual table was never shown to the MEC prior to her preparation for the arbitration. Do you have any comment?
O re nyaka go botsa table ka moka sanka bontshwa MEC pele o ka dira dipeakanyo tša arbitration.
Nna yeo nka se kgone go mo arabela mara se ke se tsebang go bo go na le motho wa ka ofising ya MEC o be a etla le yena di-meeting.
O a etla le MEC di-meeting.
Le yena a attenda di-meeting tša project.
Well,
So
I have no comment over that, except to say that there was a person from the MEC's office who also was attending to these project meetings.
ene le gore ke šetše ke boletše gore nna as a director go na le chief director go na le deputy director general go na le
Like I have already said that I occupy the position of a director. There is the chief director, the deputy director,
general.
director general.
Yes. I'm sorry.
It translates for you, Mr. Interpreter.
And HOD.
And HOD.
Nna be ke sa report go HOD as a direct line.
I did not report to the HOD directly as my immediate superior.
Be ke reporta go di-meeting tše a beng a di eteletše pele.
I reported in meetings which he or she convened and chaired.
Ge nna ke sa reporti mo le ba ba reporta mo go nna be ba sena maatla a o reporta go yena.
If I could not report to that meeting of the HOD, even my subordinates did not have the right nor powers to bypass me and report to the HOD.
MEC.
MEC?
MEC, not HOD.
MEC. Thank you, my lady.
Correct?
The MEC as the HOD.
MEC ke yena ba reng a sa ka mo reportela.
Yes, the MEC, the one whom is being said I did not report to.
Thank you. I see it's now a minute before 1:45.
Yes, your ladyship, please.
Yes. Can we then stop here and then we will convene tomorrow morning? The witnesses want.
Re tla tšwela pele go sasa, Dr. Manamela. Re nyaka go botšala mafelelo bjale, ga o boledišane le loage tša ga o boledišane ka tšona ka case re ya kwana.
Ya kwa mohlompehi.
Witness one, my lady.
Thank you very much.
Interpreter.
Yes, the court pleases.
Yes, the court pleases, my lady.
Right, please the court, my lady.
Yes, the court is my lady.